Alright, Valerian, don't listen to this. Okay. I thought of a near perfect analogy. Okay. You ready for this? Ready for this? FF11 is like the FF11 launcher. Play Online, to be more specific. I'm going somewhere specific with this. So for those of you not aware, which is probably most of you, when you launch Play Online, it takes absolutely forever and takes 8 button presses just to be able to get through the whole thing, right? What you may not be aware of is the fact that if you Alt-Tab at any time during that process, it actually slows down. Like, it just starts chugging. Right? What's the relevance? FF11 is the kind of thing that the only way to get through it is to pay full attention to it. Trying to do anything in addition to FF11 at the same time just results in it slowing down. If I was a more suspicious kind of person, I would say it's mean-spirited and and it's deliberate, right? Like, you're going to watch me. No, watch me. Watch me. Okay. Okay, you're watching me. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to take my time. Alright, so, speaking of bullcrap, I have read ahead on this mission. So, I have to do this in a very particular way. Okay? I have a timer while doing this By the way, don't help me with this, Mr. Red. Apparently, 2 party members doing this screws us up. Anyways, so apparently I'm going to have a timer while doing this, okay? And if I screw this up, not only do I have to start over from scratch, I have to wait an in-game day for the privilege to try again. Yeah, I have a guide, I have a map, and, hang on. And I am actually going to go ahead and burn one of my foot things, because it might help. As a reminder, this is MSQ. Hi, Sean. Welcome to hell. Well, it might, Mr. Red. We'll see. That day wait thing does not make me smile, I'm not going to lie. Hey, Ross. Welcome to hell. So the goal here, narratively, sorry, because I kind of skipped over that. There are 24 agents who are about to set off bombs, okay? Now, we get a run buff. The goal is to talk to each of them. If you talk to them without a run buff, then it doesn't work. Each person you talk to gives you a run buff. Make sense? Oh my god. Alright. Yep. She's about to tell me everything I just said. So let's go. Yeah, so I have 60 seconds to get between people. Cool, cool, cool. I should mention this is spread out across 3 maps. I not only have a combined map, but I have a path ready to go. I will admit, I'm actually kind of with the idea. I am. Hey, Otherworld Nebula. Hey, Cycloud. The thing is, doing this without a map or a walkthrough or whatever is not something I would want to do, is how I'm going to describe that. Oops, over. It's also a good music choice. God damn it. And I just failed the mission. Now, the good news is I think I get at least one fail. It's going to start me all over before I have to, like super redo. I think I get 3 failures. Yeah, so in case you missed that, what happened was the terrain was in my way and I couldn't figure out how to progress. Remember, you're on a timer. What I want to know is why I go from 40 seconds on my buff to 20. I actually understand perfectly well why, but yeah, that's your timeline. 20 seconds in between people. See, if the penalty for failure and the margin for error weren't so bad, this would probably be a very solid positive. It is inventive. We're going to completely ignore that tiger, that's just part of our life now, is that tiger being there. There's nothing we can do about that. The best part is that tiger being there means I don't have a mini-map now, so that's great. So I'm kind of guessing now. Excuse me. Yeah, there's a little bit of guidance on where you're supposed to go next. These tigers are fast in the form of the explosions. The fact that they're getting rid of my minimap is the main problem here. And I can't stop to kill them. It would literally take too long. Like, there's no feasibility. So I'm kind of doing this blind. This way, I think? God, I'm just guessing at this point. I really am. Oh, that was close. That was really close. I have no idea, Blade Jamal. Not the first time it's irritated me that being in combat gets rid of my minimap. I got 4 of these stupid tigers on me now. I love how they're keeping up. This next guy is. I don't know where the next guy is. This looks wrong. It's gotta be this way. There he is. There he is. Oh, Jesus, I'm not gonna make it. That 10-second delay is gonna cost me the whole run. Ah! And I failed. I was well over halfway through. Looks like I have to go all the way around. Oh, that's awful. Hi. Is it the tigers? I bet it's the tigers. Yes, this song is from Final Fantasy XI. I haven't replaced this music. There are several songs I've replaced. This is not one of them. It's very early SNES. Anyways, hey, my minimap's back. Oh god, there's the guy I missed. He's actually up there. See, if I'd had my minimap, I would have seen the dude. He's up here. Oh god, you see this? There's like a spiral I have to go up to get to him. Alright, do I get another shot? Okay, we get another shot. Thank God. Okay. I have metaphorically scouted. I've hitmanned this a little bit. On accident. I mean, I was with the idea until I ran into my first irritant. And I just was like, oh. I noticed the tigers don't seem to have respawned either, so that might help. That's actually why I bothered to kill them, too. I noticed, by the way, here's another interesting fact. Each one doesn't give you 15 seconds, or 20 or 30. They give you a static amount. Each one manually gives you a different amount of time. Interesting approach. This goes back to what Mr. Red was talking about, how there's like an intended path for each. I've also noticed you can interact with them at a decent distance, which is also helpful. You'll also notice you don't have to deselect them, which is a really minor detail. But it does cut down on the time, which is helpful. I can just select, use, and immediately run off. Ugh. That one was close. It was close last time, too. So, up ahead is where I screwed up last time. I will admit this is more engaging than anything I've done in this game before. Whether that's a good thing or not is a little more debatable, but it's still true. Okay, spiral guy first. This is... Oh, God, and there's a tiger right in the way. There's no way I'm going to avoid them. Yep, not even going to try. Not even going to try. There it is. There goes my minimap. Out of the way. Thank you. Now we go up. Or do we go this way first? Let's go this way first. Yeah, this feels more correct. Excuse me. I'm gonna guess this is our ramp. I'm guessing blind at this point. Target the... No! No! You... No! Ah! Piece of garbage. Target the guy, please. Now here's the hard part. We have to make it back in about 10 seconds. Please, 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 please! No! 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 You piece of shit! You fucking damn it! I cannot believe that was a success. I am shocked that that actually counted. Fuck you, game. Yeah, it must have been counting on approach, because I did get right up to her face before it was like, you want to target the guys behind you, right? The mission proceeded without hiccups. You like corn? I love corn. I can just eat corn. I mean, I won't publish it to YouTube. I grab those and do that manually. Believe it or not, Blades of All, I actually agree. I do. If you can believe it. As I kind of already hinted at, and indeed if you notice I'm already typing up a -4, the problem is the penalty for failure. Binary difficulty isn't fun in general. Hi, Elizra. What about people getting high? Yeah, no, like if there's a little extra time per route, it would be fine. I understand they probably couldn't do checkpoints with the system involved. But again, make the time a little bit more lenient. Okay. Moving on. Stage has been set. Feel free to resume order of business. Oh, hey, it's the evil. I can't wait till we kill them. I can't wait till we kill them. Can we get to the part of the game where we start killing Organization 13 already? Because it's always a part, right? You just kind of endure the team until you finally start killing them, and then you start killing them. They probably would, Elizar. With the recent blow to the Dark Kindred's ranks, the Allies have gained a slight advantage. How should we proceed? We employ our next playing piece. The game's crowning moment is yet to come. I'm still trying to figure out what Lilith's actual goal is here. There was a throwaway line they mentioned when they were talking to the Shadow Lord about how a world of strife is a good thing because it breeds stronger people. Darwinism, etc. But surely that's not their overall motive, right? Two worthy individuals possessed of one heart shall be drawn together, and the master shall descend. Share the same hopes, strive to realize the same dreams. Together you shall live on. The fortitude to overcome the pain is within. Soon it begins, soon he comes to cast his fall. Damn it, Mr. Red, that'd be horrible. Honestly, that does seem to be the 5 awareness. I could be wrong. Again, there's only been one throwaway line referencing that. I just have to do a bit paying attention. I know, shocking. Me paying attention. Okay. We're past that. I should invite the Mr. Red. And make him Mr. Done with FF11. That's gonna be your new name from now on. Mr. Done with FF11. Mount! There we go. Jeez Louise. I have inhaled helium, as I imagine most people have. It's easy to do. Get a balloon filled at a grocery store and then inhale it. Done. And then you walk up to them and say, "When I killed your brother, I talked just like this." Probably not, Eleazar. As much as I love making a fool of myself. It's a great line, Rain 36. He was such a good villain. $23 million, Mr. Red. I'll read Shakespeare for it. Where be your gibes now, your gambles? Your jibes once set the table a roar, not one to mock your own. Not one to mock your own. Oh, I can't remember the whole line. Oh, it's been a while. You haven't performed, that's in 6th grade. Not one to mock your own, grinning, quite crestfallen. There we go. So we're ready to go. All is proceeding as planned. Ragelis, we may stand before the final phase. With the collapse of the underground passage, the siege of Castle's Wall commences in earnest. Regroup. Strike units. Detonation of the explosions is your signal to flank. During this time, we will raise such hell as would permit the enemy no time to pry their eyes from the front gate. Ragelis, please. What? What is it you wish so badly to say? I must know. Is your decision regarding Portia final? I will not repeat myself. As a commander, I cannot be fretting over the welfare of a single woman while the outcome of a war hangs in the balance. I know full well where my responsibilities lie, as should you. Jeez, stop trying to twist the knife, dude. God, if you could just give away that kind of money like that, Mr. Red. We picked up a curious object believed to have been dropped by a Saval-bound beastman. We suspect it's a means of communicating. Is this a link pearl? Yet another blessing. With this we can intercept enemy messages and know their movements in advance. Is someone there? Portia? I thought it was Sir Ragelis. Where are you? I'm in the castle. How did the signal's breaking up? You mustn't come. I wanted to save you. Oh God, what horrible eldritch thing would you try to make me do, Mr. Red? She literally just said, don't come to save her. It's a trap. No, it's not illegal, Eleazar. I am not a whore, Eleazar. I have my dignity. Forgive me, I ought not have brought this damnable thing upon you. No, none is to blame. Ain't there nothing we can do? Would that there were, but I fear my hands are bound. Reallocating our limited manpower for personal ones would be fatal to the operation. If I alone could but... Vestilet. Vestilet? Vestilet. French! I shall join the Matter Falcons. What? But who will lead the Cox? Lieutenant Ethelbert is more than capable to command in my stead. Further, with General Coster himself to field, the diversionary effort shall not separate my absence. I shall signal the strike force's readiness to the Bastalkers. Initiate the front assault at the first sound of the explosion. Understood? Yes, sir. In the course of our onslaught, I alone shall keep watch for Portia. No ill shall come of this if we capture Castles Hall with due haste. I for one will welcome extra sword arm, if you are surer than yours. But all the same, I am obliged to voice concern. Have you thought this through? This is a serious breach of protocol. Your concern is appreciated, but quite unnecessary. As long as the operation succeeds, I shall sadly submit myself to whatever punishment the disciplinary committee cares to mete out. Allow us to accompany you. We will not make a burden of ourselves. Look, you have no idea what I just had to go through, dude. Very well. See, here's the really funny thing, Mr. Ed. I'm not sure that's worth 23 million. I'd have to think about that. I could flee the country, though. That alone might be worth it. Hi, Nordame. Checkmate, the game is won. A good game to play while stoned or drunk? I have never been stoned and I have never been drunk. I am the wrong person to answer that. It rends the heart to see a young life come to a premature end. Such is the harshness of reality. Goodbye, my pitiful Lillescent. Our path takes us to the Baileys. Then we begin our encirclement of the keep. Portia is being held in a cell in the castle. We locate her and bring her with us. I've never actually played Vampire Survivors. I just don't think I have. I mean, you know me, I tend to enjoy zoomed out. Excuse me, the opposite of that. Zoomed in. Yes, hello? I guess we're past that step? Okay, I'll have to take your word on it, game. Where's the castle? This has to be the castle, right? Like, logically speaking? Right? Where's the castle? See, that's the thing. I am west. Oh, okay, I can actually see the castle. And well, what I assume. There, hey, one of the first spires just popped in. A Lotro run as a caster. If I was to do a Lotro one, which let me be very clear, I am not. This is not one of those maybe someday things. This is not one of those, like, it'd be cute if. I'm not doing a Lotro run. The circumstances do not exist for that to be feasible. However, if I was to do one, I would be Minstrel. Minstrel is one of the best solo classes in the entire game. It is capable of healing, damaging, kiting, buffing. The only thing that has more solo potential than a Minstrel is a Guardian, which would be my other potential. I have, if it's not obvious, put thought into the Lotro run, which is why I can so definitively say it's not happening. Anytime I do an MMO, it's damaging to my show and to my income. I don't mind that in some cases, especially since in some cases it's kind of a temporary thing. Like FF11. And like ESO. Once we smash ESO and FF11, they're done. We're not going back to them, right? Similarly, once FF14 and WoW were caught up, which is the state we're now at, keeping up to date in them is a joke. Like, any given follow-up run of FF14 or WoW is going to be a week tops. But sitting down and spending a month and a half playing Lotro is just going to kill my momentum. And my income and my interest and blah, 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 blah. I mean, I have already had people say that they are, that they're sick of watching me play FF11, put simply. That too, Bladeable. We kind of got lucky, I kind of got lucky in that most of the games that were close to being funded have already been funded. That was earlier this year. We had a bunch of stuff get funded back to back. So, nothing's really in danger of being funded anytime soon, which is why nothing's been funded while we've been pushing through FF11. And honestly, I don't think much will be funded by the time we're finished with Midnight either. There's just not that much that's in threatening range. I appreciate you, Ross. And you, Cyclope. And honestly, I appreciate everyone who actually has been showing up. I'm not enthused by Dusk. It was one of the games on the I want to get this out of the way list. Because it's a horror game. No one appreciates you push-ups. Except for me. And honestly, probably a bunch of other people too. See, that's the kind of answer I can never give, R-Spruce. Appreciate you. You could see why I thought it was a horror game, right, Ross? Like, I fire it up and it's like, blah, 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 blah. Eldritch music, horrifying, creepy tones, town, and a woman walks out, and I'm like, and then she falls, and I'm like, okay, hold up. Just, hold up. Yeah, Fable 2, to my knowledge, is still console locked. That's a guy? Okay, Hi, Zar. So it begins. I'm real sad. Fable 2 is the only Fable game I never got to play at all. And everyone I know tells me it's the good one. Or perhaps the word the best one might be a better way to phrase that, but you get my point. The commotion out front feels contrived. I smell a plot. Strip the enemy's ruse of its cover. Aberic, my brother. Tell me, how is Fortemps? No? Okay. We already got the book in here, right? Like, I'm reasonably certain we got this. Oh, it's like... Where is it? Oh. There it is. Oh, let's just be absolutely certain. Okay. I'm gonna get a healer going for no reason. And by the way, and this is also to you, Valerian, if you're listening somewhere. I'm trying very hard not to be insulting. I know that sounds like a weird sentence, but I understand exactly what it's like. I'm trying very hard not to just kind of constantly complain about this game. Just to quietly suffer. There is some interesting stuff to talk about, interesting stuff to showcase. And the story hasn't lost me yet. I'm still curious. Like I mentioned earlier, I can prove this. I can show you receipts. I mentioned earlier, I'm still not sure what Lilith's actual goal is. And the fact that I care enough to be thinking about it says a lot about my investment in the story. Like, I'm legitimately want to know what happens next. I just gotta blank some stuff out of my mind, that's all. Tell you one thing FF11 has. It has a better story score than WoW Vanilla will. I know what you're thinking, but WoW usually has good visual storytelling. Yeah, WoW does, not WoW Vanilla. In fact, if you will remember... Okay. We technically did review WoW Vanilla's brickwork. Do you remember how many zones got an individual positive to brickwork in all of WoW Vanilla? I do. It was 1. I can even tell you the very specific zone it was, because I have that kind of a memory. Hi, Surging Phoenix. Thank you for the sub. As always, give me one, please. Skill chaining and magic bursting. So I know that those things exist. Definitely. They definitely exist. Legend of Dragoon. South Park, Stick of Truth. Skies of Arcadia. FF13. Where stories go to die. No, but for real, WoW Vanilla has in many ways a similar problem to some other games we've covered. And where there's mostly an absence of story. Like, Duskwood has a story, to use a Alliance version of this. Westfall has a story. Now, tell me the story of Stranglethorn Vale in Vanilla. Or the Red Ridge Mountains. Or the Blasted Lands. Or the Searing Gorge. Or the Burning Steppes. Actually, I shouldn't say Blasted Lands. Blasted Lands actually does have a story. Excuse me. Strike that one. The Badlands. There you go. That's another example. It is easier to point out the zones that actually have a solid story axis in WoW Vanilla, because they are few and far between. They exist. There are a few. Tears Fall's another good one. Favorite WoW Vanilla dungeons? Let me chew on that for a second. Crotch! Oh, sorry, that was actually a butt. My bad. Demon butt! And not the good kind of demon butt. With this diversion, too few enemies to defend the keep. I like this not one bit. What's this? Could this be the cell? Congratulations, there's something you should see. Portia. Angeles, I told you not to come. Come on, is that the mysterious savior knight in shining armor? I knew you would come, my lord, is more what I had in mind. What business have you with my charge? For I am evil. A demon smitten with a human maid. How rich. Come straight out of an avant-garde romance novel, have we? I have come to reclaim my woman, demon. If you have a grievance, you may take it up with my blade. Are you still oblivious to your position? Foolish elf. Conduct a full sweep of the keep, but the place is utterly devoid of enemies. There's not a trace of the Shadow Lord. From the front. No! Yeah. So, the alteration of the timeline here is he's not in the front, where he should be. Remember, one of the things that, I can't remember his name, Galka told us, was that he was incredibly strong in combat. And even with him there, he still had all hands lost. Do you remember that? He was supposed to be at the front. He decided to charge into the castle instead. I'll give them this. They make the Shadow Lord appropriately impressive looking. He reminds me of Sauron from the movies. Just this giant of a man, completely clad in armor. The big frickin' mace. I know he technically has like a sword, but... Actually, I was thinking that, Mr. Red. Because there's two possibilities here. Either Radulus was the one who brought down the Shadow Lord, or Radulus rallied the men to bail, right? And to not be a complete rout. As is, the Shadow Lord is just chopping his way through these guys. Listen, Rogrim, we need to have a chat. I know. 200 years of rage, blah, blah, blah. I mean, as Blade Tervel mentioned, the Shadow Lord is essentially just rage incarnated. I honestly don't think there's much of a mind there. Like, there's enough of a mind. But there's probably a reason the minions of Odin are actually calling the shots, you know? The entire keep deserted. Curses, we played right into their hands. The bulk of the manpower allocated to the strike force, the Ironcrest Hawks don't stand a chance. That's like the troops are urgently needed without. Cast your eyes about the bait to see where the hunter lies in wait. There's nary a truer saying. Do you not agree? Radulus, do you read? We're being overwhelmed. Withdraw at once. Understood. Oh, leaving so soon. Do stay a little longer, I insist. Hey, Deja Vu. A veritable feast for the senses. Name of the goddess. These flames, forbidding and cold. What is this sensation? Yeah, can we do something? Or are we still just gonna stand here? You two have been overindulged in our hospitality. Few things are more irksome than unwelcome guests. He gave us a signal flare, which we'll use right after we kill this guy. You cannot enter at this time. Please wait a moment and try again. Game, please stop spitting in my face. For 5 seconds. I'm starting to see why FF11 didn't do instances for the most part. No. Just chill. It's loading, I think. I can't move. I'm locked in. Hey, Blakedevil, who casts Sleep? I've noticed quite a few walkthrough entries mentioning which mobs are vulnerable to sleep. Like, that's been a thing the whole game. I just haven't commented on it yet. Yeah, they're considering my visa right now. The hands of darkness have prevented you from proceeding. What? There we go. Jesus Christ. I feel like that's an error message with some flavor attached. Why are we here all of a sudden? Why are we in a cave? Where are we? Oh God! What happened? Shadowlord is like, hang on. Do you know how hard it is to renovate with a giant sword? God. It would be interesting to know what percentage of players have gone through Wings of the Goddess. Like, all the way through, you know? Yeah, Regiles is about to Regiluse, I think. Oh, wow, by Jamal. How far did you get back in the day? Or are we already past that point? Oh, come on, I just killed you. Commendable performance, but alas, you're too late. I just killed you. What is thy wish? I wish? I... Oh, I don't know, Trans, yeah. Still not enough. You've entertained our guests well, Count Bifront. Oh, whatever. I'm here to collect the bait. Lady Lilith awaits. Come. my dead body! Your spirit far exceeds your ailing flesh. But this displays no less amount of respect of you, for a lesser man would be unworthy of his legend. Very well. Let the fires of rage fuel you, and come face me. Wait! Don't hurt them. Leave them be. I confess to being ignorant of much, and ever certain I'm essential in your plan. You have need of me. I surrendered myself in exchange for the promise everyone would be spared. Was that but a lie? I have no other choice. You would end your own life. Portia, no! Who is it? Lord Runner. Sir Rageles. Portia, no, you mustn't. Thank you for everything. Eh? Sir, we have a situation. What is it now? Bereft of love and honor, a woman's life holds no meaning. You? You! Those who would deprive me of my life's light shall be made to pay in blood! Seriously? Seriously. I do like her extra, though. I do. Reinforcements have arrived, Sir Rageles. Keeping safe from harm that which fills one's heart with joy, not instills greater passion within a woman. That actually looked like that hurt. Sorry, let me say this correctly. With boundless grace ever fell I, that van the deal might never be the vest of hope's precious light. As usual, we're just standing here watching. Units, oh my god, all units in the strike force have withdrawn. You're the only ones left. Buttshot. Sir Rageles, please hurry, make your way to safety. Ah, spare me this mummery. Once outside, rejoin the Sandorian forces. They should yet be near. Nobody leaves! I beg to differ. Oof. Should gift you your lives for now. It would be imprudent to appear before me again. Sir. Noaillier... Oh god, I have no idea. The perimeter is secure. All our troops have been confirmed evacuated. Very good. Let's quit this place and bolster the rear guard. Noaillier is probably how I would pronounce that. Noaillier. And you'll never hear me say that again. Okay, run! Run! Stealth and run! For Christ's sakes! But yeah, Sir Rageles... Fiction likes to pull this thing where some people are just higher tier than other people. Just straight up. And there's generally no explanation for it. They're just better. The Michael Jordan effect, for lack of a better way to put that. Raubahn would actually qualify over an FF14, to use one example, or Estinian for that matter. I had another example, but I can't think of it right now. You get the point. It wouldn't just surprise me if Rageles was one of those types. He's just higher tier. Well, we're pretty low tier in this, which I don't mind. Having said that, I'm pretty sure we qualify as higher tier than Rageles. If we account all of the stuff we've done. But, like, if we're S tier, he's A tier, you know what I mean? He's not that far behind us. Oh yeah, I saw a great comment today. I want to share with you, Ross. I actually do off the deep print. FF6 notwithstanding, it is relatively low tier. If you think about it. Yeah, it was saying, it's so strange and sad. Lore Runner used to cover interesting and adult shows, but nowadays all he does is cover things for children. It's really quite inexplicable. So most of the examples in Warcraft actually tend to be more on the magical side of things. Jaina Proudmoore is a good example of someone who... she's just a better mage than a lot of other mages, you know? And there's a lot of powerful mages in Warcraft, but Jaina's way up there. Khadgar would qualify as well while we're on the subject. Look, I'm just saying, She-Ra was awesome. No, it was actually on one of the Tangled videos, Sean. I did cover Andor. Yeah. Hell, I covered The Mandalorian. Anyways. It doesn't get more mainstream than that. But in Warcraft, another good example would actually, as much as I absolutely hate to admit this, would be Garrosh. Garrosh is still one of the premier warriors of that setting. Like it or not. Like, there's a reason he could go toe-to-toe with someone like, Terran Zoo. Gul'dan is actually a much better example. Gul'dan is probably the single strongest warlock in the setting, with the only possible exceptions being the demon lords who are millennia old. Yeah, interestingly enough, Thrall is not one of those types. Thrall's got a good head on his shoulders. Let me walk that sentence back. Thrall's got a good heart in his chest. That's actually a much better way to phrase that. But he's not actually that high tier. That's true, Scott Vivar. In 14, we are basically a walking god. This is horrendous. Yeah, this is your fault, Regiles, just so you know. Just so you're aware. During your absence, the Shadow Lord himself appeared and made short work of us. We were trampled underfoot like so many insects. No, because they were never rumination, Surging Phoenix. The only Princess of Power thing that will ever be is what's already on the website. Sir, contact with Lyndhurst has been lost. The damage they sustained is believed to be grievous. Likewise for Bastok. Yeah, you lost. Our forces are spent. Issue the retreat order. Return to Juno. Good General. This is an order. The operation is a failure. Operation Snowstorm has failed. Yeah, it happens pretty frequently, Meadow. Yeah, this was a rout. This is bad. Remember, in our timeline, this battle was a desperate last-minute victory. Not a complete rout. Portia, I know not what to say. Well, things could always get worse. Dark Aura. Dreadful beyond words. Ugh. That sensation is the same which stirred my wound in the castle. Whence comes this immense power? It'd be unwise to linger. And yeah, actually, Ross. What's doubly interesting is that Zero, I guess it would be more accurate to say X, does actually reach and then arguably surpass Zero. But even at his height, Zero was still on the level of X, or vice versa, depending on how you want to define that. Something that the games don't do a good job of conveying is that Zero was always a pure fighter. X became a leader and an inspiration and a forward thinker and someone who was trying to, build a better society and blah, 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 blah. Zero fought things. Zero was very good at fighting things. Like, really good at it. Oh, with a single sweep of the hand. Feast, Atomos, till your belly is sated. The weak and feeble have no place on the playing board. Only the strong, those possessed of an unflinching will to fight, may abide in my future. I've been debating that, Blade Taval. Because the game is clearly... the first Lich King was a shaman, Zar. The game is clearly trying to make it out that Radulus being absent is the thing that caused that to be a loss. But if the Shadow Lord showed up, then why? How? Just concentrate on the task at hand. Sharpen focus. O fearsome distorter of time, decider of fates, heed my words, lend an ear. I beg you, abort your devouring of time. Spare the future whence the young ones came. You who awaken Atomos would revoke what you yourself set into motion. That's right. Never in our scariest nightmares did we imagine it would come to this. Naught has gone according to plan. All a mess of the unforeseen. The brighter of two futures grows ever dim, being snuffed out by its darker counterpart. Tear of the goddess, Kate Sith. The die is cast. No one can control the future. No man and no god. Hello, sis. Okay. Okay. Now I'm gonna pass out for that. Jesus Christ. My beloved sister just asked me to go find her wallet. She did not have. So, it involved a lot of going up and down stairs, checking places in a hurry, going outside, etc. Found it. I had the random-ass idea that it might be in the laundry. I was right. God, that was like 15 minutes. I apologize, everyone. Now I'm sweating. Amir? No, it didn't go through the wash yet. By what I can only refer to as lucky chance. I had not actually run her load through the wash yet. Also, her headphones were also in there. Her expensive wireless headphones. I'm gonna turn on the fan for a second. I apologize for the increased noise. A mere avatar dares blaspheme against the goddess, the disrespect, the sacrilege. Of consciousness, Atomos is devoid. Atomos exists only to devour and to behold. Atomos sees what mortal eyes cannot. But the future will disappear. The one as preferred by the goddess, that which Altana wills. Hereafter in the northern land, with forgotten past shall distant future merge. You shall bear witness to the will of the world, to the struggle between men and beasts, gods and mortals. Tear of Altana, Kate Sith, keep watch over those who flounder for purchase on existence. Atomos chooses not, ceases not. Exists only to return dispensable time to the void. A struggle of deific proportions, of merging of past and future. I sense an ill foreboding, a premonition of catastrophe. Must hasten back to where the young ones are. Make speed. There are several, Strife. The easiest and most relevant example right off the top of my head is Silent Hill 2R, a story I couldn't stand, which was a very good story. Okay, now I need to go to Sarah McGew. The Champagne. Which sounds like we're Hearthix. Let's just Hearth. So with the 5 minutes of flight concept in Kid get Icarus Uprising, a game I have not played, I feel like reminding. Get gameplay positive, story positive, or both. Based on just the way you describe that sentence, it actually sounds like a both situation. Because it sounds like you're describing a Hyper Beam moment. I'm sure there's other strife. Let me think about that. Let me just pull up my own website and see stories that have reviewed well. That I didn't like. FF16 is a weird one, because it is and isn't. Alright, that's kind of a mix and match. Expedition 33 would also kind of be a mix and match. Sometimes I'm with it, and sometimes I am not. I suppose I should mention Planescape Torment as well, an extremely well-written story. One of the best written stories in video game history. I guess I'm just going that way. Yeah, okay. What else? I am going to oh my god, I don't know how to actually pronounce it. I've been calling it Saramagoo. Champagne. Past. Yes, I am specifically going for the Bulwark Gate. See, now I'm testing myself because I'm not seeing a lot of other games that have scored particularly well on the story axis that, you know, I'm not a big fan of. Hang on, let me... I guess I have no mouth would qualify. And pretty much anything horror-wise would count. PCMD. I suppose Xenogears would qualify. I was not a big fan of Xenogears. Still had a good story score. See, God of War 5 is a weird one. Because God of War 5 had several story elements that I think are extremely good. Not just good, extremely good. And then there's the rest of it. What separates Resident Evil from other horror games? Yeah, that's actually an interesting question. The characters in God of War 5 were amazing. The first and most obvious thing that separates Resident Evil from the other things, yeah, is the comedy. It's lighthearted, silly schlock. For the most part. Like, it's over the top. In a good way. Like, I mean that as a compliment. You remember when Jill physically used a gauze cannon to kill Nemesis? Well, to fight Nemesis. And when she fired it, the ground under her shattered from the impact while she just stood there holding it. That was awesome. That's not a horror movie, right? Like, that's not a horror game moment right there. But there's two other things that I think are more zoomed in that distinguish it. First, almost all horror games don't really end on what you'd call a positive note. At best, the threat is over. usually there's still some degree of the threat continuing, because it's horror, and that's one of the hallmarks of any horror, whether it's a show, a game, movie, book, etc., is that at the end, the monster slowly opens its eyes, right? Like, that cliche exists for a reason. It's because you didn't win, right? It's part of what makes it horror. Resident Evil, usually at the end, it's like, we did it! Cheesiness, and yeah, that's it. But the last thing, Resident Evil doesn't have the tone of horror. It has what I would call the ingredients of horror. Virus, evil corporations, body horror, giant mutating monsters. But it has none of the actual tone of horror. There's no you're helpless, there's no you're trapped, there's nothing you can do, there's no despair, there's no any of the atmosphere of what a horror game includes, right? Yeah, it's much more action thriller. So it's cheap. Of course, I didn't let the dog in. Even the Resident Evil games that tend to lean towards horror are more about the tension than about the horror, right? I did, Ross. I did it when I was auditing all the other 2D platforms. Yes, all of them. Yes, 7 is the exception. It's why 7 is vetoed. We will not be streaming 7. Loath as I am, to state the obvious, Operation Snowstorm was a complete and utter failure. Gradually, if credence can be given reports, you absented yourself from your post in favor of joining the strike force. Explain yourself this instant. Gradually isn't to blame. It's my fault for be silent. The fact is neither here nor there. Rajalee says one of the kingdom's most experienced, you know full well what acting on a whim it was like to entail upon us. I would not presume to cast all blame on you, yet it's clear that in dealing with the unforeseen, our losses have been curbed and the Ironcrest Haas had not been bereft their commander. One of the kingdom's finest units is no more, and the damage incurred by our Windustrian and Pastakian allies is immeasurable. How do you intend to take responsibility for this debacle? Nay, best assume the chance to do so won't even be begrudged you. Pray give me another chance, or ask for one more chance to redeem myself. This is unseemly, Rajalee. General, surely you two bore witness to that thing. As we stand, we have no hope of triumphing over the enemy, none whatsoever. That vortex, the ominous cloud of black swirling above the skies of Castle, I am certain of its connection to the Beastmen. We must gather intelligence we can use to lay the foundations of our next strategy. I beseech you, one more chance. Rajalee, cease this unseemly display this instant. Only after defeat do you open your eyes to the enemy's might. All who are present, even those who lost their lives in vain, knew of this from the very beginning. You take my meaning amiss, General? The enemy's true strength lies in neither numbers nor tactical prowess. It's quite enough. How much must you compound your disgrace? Traitor. Did you not hear me the first time? Traitor, I said. Fools we were to have placed our trust in you. Were it not for you, the Ironcrest Hawks would still... They'd still... Like it or not, this is the consensus. I counsel you to accept it should a knight's sense of honor survive within you still. It pains me to do this, for you're one of our very best. You are hereby discharged from the Royal Knights, and by extension the Allied forces. Never again show your face before us. Very well, sir. I'd come prepared to accept the full scope of punishment for my actions. But pray heed well the words of warning, General, for the terrain of war is no longer as it seems. The terms of conflict have changed beyond recognition. I will appeal to the Council. Their decision may yet be overturned. Congratulations. That was a fun stream, Ross. I would join, my lord, if it pleases him. Ah, sweet lady, you are not unknowing of my fall from grace. The road I have been set upon is fraught with hardship. No longer have I a place to call home, no place to lay a weary head. My lord should already know my mind. I would willingly follow you to the ends of Vanadia. After all that's come to pass, those words from you are perhaps all I need. The Allied forces fight a helpless battle, but even should my allegiance be annulled, as a lone wolf I shall fight on. That otherworldly entity we encounter, whatever its true identity may be, we must seek it out. More power. Only by acquiring more power shall my ambition be fulfilled. Yeah, as I say, we're with them, right? Right? Goodbye, little son. No, seriously, we're with you, right? You too... Okay, whatever. I too shall join you. Be in tow. Hi, Kate. For the love of God, where have you been all this time? I went to see Adamos, tried to dissuade it from further devouring time. I fear it was to no avail. Mission failed. Should Portia and Ringling fall into enemy's hand at this juncture, all would be lost. Up in smoke. We must just give chase, mustn't let them out of sight. Okay. Oh my god. Well, the good news is I can hearth. Okay. Looks like we're going to do a battle in Castle Zvalkeep past now. Or rather, after this next cutscene. I do not watch anime. I have actually done a video on Puella Magica. The one and only appearance of Anime Man. And people clamored for his return for years, but he never did, and he never will. They've gone. If I might hazard a guess, the throne room would be a probable location, a likely candidate. It'd be funny if we fight the Shadow Lord here and actually beat his ass. I doubt it. It would be funny, though. That we three could again be reunited. The fates are kind, are they not? Ah, how I long for those bygone times. Days filled with the learning of blade and book, followed by evenings of endless conversations of shared ambition. Oh, how we used to while the night away. Especially well do I recall the day I turned 15 summers and became a woman grown. At 15?! When I assumed the mantle of being Vana'diel's custodian. The hair ornament you gave to me, Mother, ever since that day I've kept it close, that I might never lose sight of my purpose nor let dwindle my inner rage. Forgive me my forthrightness, but we haven't the time to listen to your happy reminiscences. We came here for no other purpose than to learn the identity of the mysterious entity, the source of its power. Can you tell us? I have not left to lose. You spoke of a way we could live still and continue fighting in spite of curse. If there is truly a way, please share it with him and with us. When the Harbinger cometh, the Maiden of Dusk shall descend. With wings to bear in crimson, steeped on high the world she tends. Familiar, yet unlike the one I heard growing up. When the Harbinger cometh, the champions of the dawn shall descend. With wings divine in radiance blast, the eternal night's end. Naturally, for the prophecy I recited is not of your future, but of mine. The time has come for me to reveal all. The tale of two futures, and those who would arise to champion the survival of each. Yeah, I've been wondering, why do you care so much about the survival of your future? Near as I can tell, it sucks. Like, don't you want to make a better world like the one we live in? Shouldn't we be on the same side here? Once again, I kind of wonder what their actual motives are, because we still don't know what Lilith actually wants. I'm not even sure who's the last boss at this point, because it could easily be the Shadow Lord. Don't tell me, I don't want to know. I mean, I do want to know, but I'll get there. I didn't pumpernickel. So I do appreciate the fact that we made this trip off camera, so I can just do this instead of going through this absolutely awful dungeon. Speaking of which, I wasn't going to give a negative for this dungeon unless we needed to go through it. We just went through the dungeon, negative to level. Seriously, screw this place. Okay. Hi, Orchid. Yeah, you mentioned that while I was going through there. I was pretty distracted, but I still had the chat on. I guess the Discord log. We've come for Sir Regiles and Portia. Return them to us now. Shameless, willful child. You're intruding upon a private moment. Have you no concept of propriety? What? I was just in the midst of a most pleasant regaling. Of the future so callously branded as dark, bright, and the fraudulent, bright future whence you came. You truly had no idea. Oh, this is deliciously rich, coming from a champion of the dawn. Then do listen in, for there's much you're bound to learn. Am I not right, Cait Sith? You simpleton, you claim to have come from the future, yes? If so, share with all present what you know of the Crystal War. How it concludes, for instance. Do you call it a simpleton? Having gained the momentum in the landmark victory of the Battle of Juno, the Allied forces marched on Zarkabar. Then they encircled and laid siege to Castle's Fall, the Beastman's stronghold, in an operation helmed by Radulis Sir Balamont of the Kingdom of Sandoria. After which the heroes of the 5 races of Altana confronted and felled the Shadow Lord in a final encounter. Evil laughter. A school child half your 8 years could have woven a more compelling fairy tale. What? Only in a dream could a ragtag, pathetic excuse for a military alliance hope to overcome the Shadow Lord. Your kind might try for 1,000 years and not once succeed. The Crystal War was always a hopeless cause. One who stands among us has recently been made to keenly realize this fact. Then how do you explain how the Allies prevailed against the Confederate in your future? Why, the answer is simple. It's because your Vana'diel is an illusion. A world fabricated by the deceitful cat at Altana's behest. In other words, make-believe. Cait says, what is she saying? How I hoped it wouldn't come to this. The situation demands I reveal to the truth. Disclose all. Listen to all what really happened, how history unfolded, and it was the year 863. The allied forces of Altana amassed on Zarkabard, and commenced the siege of Castles Val. But the might of the Beastman Confederate proved insurmountable, too great to overcome. The besiegers were quickly overwhelmed by those they'd sought to smite, and were dealt a sound thrashing by the hands of the Shadow Lord, nigh obliterated. Not dissimilar to the current situation. This crushing defeat was the beginning of the end. From the Middle Lands, the hands of darkness reached forth, seizing all in its cruel grip. Arajda, Alzira, even Razoa to the far north. One after the next, they fell to the armies of darkness under the Shadow Lord's reign. And this age of darkness persisted for some time, what rabble survived living in despair and squalor under the tyrannous rule of the Beastmen. But there were those who kept the fire of hope smoldering. They bided their time and gathered strength that they might rise up to reclaim that which had been reft of them. These men and women are my kindred spirits, and I the one chosen to lead them. But no ambition, regardless of its gravity, warrants the path they chose, cannot be justified. Whatever did they do? In order to fight on even ground with the Shadow Lord, they forged an unholy pact with the dark divinity. They became the very thing they sought to destroy. The ends justified the means. We choose to accept the gift of immortality, that we might ever continue our struggle in unending conflict. Can be. Honored to stand before you again, Sir Rageles. Tarsos? But what about our future where the Crystal War was won? Seeing her beloved Vana'diel reduced to a wasteland of death and devastation, the goddess Altana grieved so, shed many a tear. These tears carried her wish that Vana'diel might know peace, a wish that manifested itself as my regal kin and I, the Caiths. Our first act, we roused the then slumbering Atomos, and thence traveled through the corridors of time, bearing a single objective: plant the seeds of a Vana'diel free of the tidal wave of tears, lessen the suffering. With the prophesized champions of the dawn at our side, we hope to slowly but surely alter the course of history. Our preferred reality would prevail and displace the one of strife and chaos, which Atomos would then devour, swallow whole. But then the enemy became aware of the plan, caught wind. They too returned to the past to attempt to ensure their continued existence. Why? I'm sorry. Once again, shouldn't you be on our side here? Don't you want us to win? And yeah, no, it sounds like Odin has been, behind all of this from the word go. The tug-of-war between two realities has entailed the mess before, the chaos to which you bear witness. A story as foolish as it is long-winded. Now do you see? Our Vana'diel is the sole true future. Right. Yeah, that's a hell of a sales pitch. Suffer and die forever. Piss off. It's Yours is but a sham that owes its existence to a selfish whim of an irresponsible deity. By rights it shouldn't even exist. Is all this true? It never crossed your mind to tell us? The knowledge was highly classified, strictly confidential. It was for the best that people were kept none the wiser, out of the loop. Oh my God! They're Republicans! So the memory of my childhood, of mother and father, even myself, they were all just lies? No, don't believe that for an instant. Perish the thought. So if I'm not an illusion, what am I? You must believe me. Trust in my words. You're no less real than Lilith and her minions. A push to action here. A shove of encouragement there. That was the extent of our involvement. The Caith's role. The future itself was born from the hands, hopes, and dreams of the children of Altana. You have no credit to the notion that your lives and memories are make-believe. You mustn't allow your resolve to waver, for that's exactly what the enemy desires. The weakness they seek to exploit. Yeah, I'm not conflicted at all here. This makes perfect sense, and Lilith is an idiot. The Mummer's farce will keep. Master will soon grace us with his presence, and we must be ready to receive him. And yeah, it's Odin, right? Right? Vile woman, detestable wench. What do you mean to do to them? We haven't the patience nor the blind conviction to await salvation by some petty deity. We mean to reclaim the future with our own hands. To this end, we have acquired vessels to house the power of gods. There he is. Oh boy. I do find it funny that they made Odin, like, the devil. That's a hell of a thing. You have nothing to fear. To those sworn to the dark divinity, the astral wind is but a gust that set one's hair to dancing. The mark you bear on your chest is proof positive of your allegiance to him. The cry of a mortal's soul is that which calls forth the dark divinity, for it is the profoundest depths of emotions, those tempered in the forge of suffering, that he looks upon with favor. Yeah, no, exactly. Promathia isn't actually the devil, metaphorically. Promathia is like the other side of the coin of Altana. Odin is the devil. And, by the way, is it really weird how this and FF16 both made Odin, like, a major thing? Odin's usually not actually a major player story-wise. You ever notice that? He's usually just, like, a side character. I think 4 was one of the only other FFs where that was true. Anyways, grief, rage, rancor, and finally, love. Odin judges the worthiness of all who come before him. The vessels made of the strongest flesh, whose souls seethe with unbridled desire. It is through them we shall attain greatest power. And I just realized we're never going to actually fight Odin, are we? He's going to be super boss territory, not MSQ. Now forge the pact, and with it the seeds of all fraudulent futures shall be eradicated. In ages past, I oft journeyed the boundless ether to pay visit this Emerald Isle. Art thou he who hast summoned me? Speak thy mind. I come before you a man ostracized by his own, bereft of a place whereto I might return. Fate has decreed I must fight unto death. I beseech you, Dark Divinity, grant me power equal to the Shower Lord, that I might sate my rage. Damn. I was really hoping that Radulise would, like, impress me right there. Denying Odin to his face would be a hell of a move. He'd die for it. But, yeah. I'm so proud of you, Father. You have submitted to the Dark God. Please forgive us our many discourtesies, my lord. Guiding you on the right path necessitated our actions. Father. Quite so, my lord, for it was in your union with Matron Portia that Lady Lilith was conceived. Yet I guess they haven't figured this out yet. Am I not the daughter you always envisioned, superior in every conceivable way to that undersized, dim-witted slip of a girl? Okay, I think I figured out what Lilith's motive is. She's insane. Say that you agree, and I shall take that as leave to rid us of her. No, I'm dead serious. I don't think that there's any sanity in her at all. No sensibility left, one might say. Lady Lilith, which is all due privacy for her long-awaited family reunion. Those who trespass shall be made sorely to regret it. Family reunion? What rot! This will make me really, truly mad! Oh, are we finally gonna kill these two assholes? These spite wardens will rue the day you put me in such a foul mood. I mean, yeah, she basically grew up in hell and then gave part of her soul to the devil. But, like, this is gonna sound strange, but that doesn't necessitate that she's, you know, completely insane. But to be clear, I'm not being dismissive. I really think she's broken. Not in a, you know, mwahaha kind of way. In a 3 + 8 = 11 kind of way. Oh god, 3 + 8 does equal 11. Shoot! Sorry, I did that on accident. 3 + 8 = 50. There we go. You'll also notice she comes across as very childish. She doesn't talk childish, but she certainly acts it. I'm gonna have to debate her as a character. So far, the two major villains of the previous two expansions impressed me quite a bit. Although in both cases it took a while for them to get there. Nagmalata I didn't actually give the positive for quite a while. Same thing with Lucif and Farazad, or whatever his name was. Did you ever do any of the alternate futures in Dragonflight, Mr. Red? For those of you at home, one of the alternate futures was called the Grand Glorious Alliance. It was a world which was in an eternal state of war between the Horde and Alliance. So much so that they weren't really the Horde and Alliance anymore. The absolute extremist had killed their own in order to perpetuate the war. Yeah, it was basically Warhammer on crack. And it's not played for a joke. Everything about it indicates it was really horrible. Like, the land was permanently destroyed, Horde. And basically unlivable. I don't bring that up for any particular reason. Lilith. I like how Aquila was the one who withstood longer than Hadriel. Considering Hadriel's always Mr. Mwahaha. Who's ready for some Nation Quest, by the way? Seems we were overmatched. This can't be true. It isn't fair. How can we lose to weaklings like them? Champions of the Dawn. Be it forgotten past or distant future, our paths may yet cross. Your reality shall be consumed. When that time comes, we shall see you in the void. You ever wonder what the two of us are like in their world? Actually, I've been wondering who these two are for quite some time. We know who the other two, well, one of the other ones is. Yeah, child throwing a temper tantrum is actually a pretty good description, I think. Splendid mortal, thine ardent rage doth please me well. Now I'm gonna have to kill Radgeles. Whatever. Go forth, my knight, and set thy soul ablaze amidst the quenchless flames of Asgarth. It is interesting, Blitwell, I agree. I basically can't compare this to anything else without spoiling, but let's just say there's another MMO I know, which pulls a similar twist and does some similarly interesting stuff with it. Hey, Sir Radgeles. No, I've been saying it all wrong. Father, Mother! I see you've taken upon yourself to deprive me of 2 playing pieces. No matter, victory is never without sacrifice. I mean, yeah, as Mr. Ray pointed out earlier, Odin literally has the pawns of both sides of a war as his pawns. It appears we still lack for one Spite Warden. I don't think I want to be sure, but it won't. Yeah, it's us. Yeah, I caught that. Thanks, game. Someone who requires absolutely no introduction. My final Spite Warden, Lore Runner. I had wanted Lore Runner for myself the moment I laid eyes on him. And when a woman desires something, she will stop at nothing until her heart is sated. Phrasing. Nightmare. Lisette, be steady now, lass. Be strong. Little Runner. Wow, what's up? I'm right here. Ignore the other one. And Atomos ate her. Okay, do not give me $1.56, Elazar. Seriously. In fact, don't even give me $1. I'm dead serious. Don't do it. The fees will eat up the majority of that dollar. Did I not warn you the future would choose me? Lilith, it's been devoured. Oh, it's far too dangerous to linger here. We must withdraw for now. Yeah, I don't want to see what an actually high-level version of me looks like. Our pieces are now complete. Father, mother, we are a family united once more, each of us there for one another in needful times. Unlike the compassionless kingdom that saw fit to cast you out, here you shall never be met with abandonment. Now, if you would hear the plight of your daughter, she would beg a boon of you. That meddlesome cat and its insufferable companion, and the malefic will of Altana. It is my heart's desire these thorns in my side be forever expunged from reality for all time. Wow, lady. She is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Elazar, if you can only afford to give me $1, I'm going to be real. Don't give me anything. If you donate $1, I will get probably about 13, maybe about 23 cents out of that, actually. It is literally not worth the time. Do not do. Clearly not, Elazar. For real, don't. I don't want your money. Hang on, what? So, there's pick up the throne room, do the thing. This is so strange. Can I complain about this for a second? I get that they wanted to do vanilla again. I really do. Did they have to weave the nation story arcs in and out like this? Because you'll notice it's bad in both directions, right? The nation arc is interrupted by the MSQ, and the MSQ is interrupted by the nation's arc. I like both in a vacuum. But, like, Lilisette's dead, right? So what are we going to do? Well, that's obvious. We're going to go do the Windhurst quests for absolutely no reason. What? What? Listen, I know that the Lich King is on the very verge of sweeping over the lands, but you know, I kind of want to know what the goblins are up to. I do think, this is one of our first story negatives for this expansion, the pacing is wrong. I did, actually, Jamal. And that's even more jarring. Alright, Lilliset's dead, and the world's being consumed by endless darkness, and Odin is going to have his eternal eldritch hellscape. But hang on, let's go have some adventures with some kids! Yay! It's okay, Mr. Red. It's time for the stabbing. It's actually a donut. Well, I've got good news and bad news, Elazar. I haven't received anything. I have notifications all over the place that will tell me if I get a donation. I haven't received jack. So it didn't work. We're safe. Anyways, yeah, I'm going to give 2 negatives to pacing. 1 for the nation quest interrupting the MSQ, 1 for the MSQ interrupting the nations. It is a very strange choice. I actually do wonder what they were thinking at the time. Because you can't do something like that on accident, right? Like, that's not something you just stumble into in a game this spaghetti-coded. Someone had to line those up to make them mandatory for progression. Probably Blade Jamal. The Kakarot one, Ross? See, me being me, my first thought is, how do you present that gameplay-wise? The story idea is fantastic, and I think it works great, but, like, what do you play? What do you do? We've been looking all over for you, Lore Runner. Have you forgotten? With the help from a little oversized canine, we've got the Ragfeather army on the run. Didn't we just lose? Okay, whatever. Remember, we cannot do this quest without having not already done the quest where we all lost our forces all the way up at the glacier. So, there is no way to be at this point without having already lost. Well, I've just been informed I'm the best uncle ever. I'm not sure I believe that, but I hope so. Dea, have you seen to our preparations? Aye, aye, boss. Medicines to heal, smorgasbord of delights from the Prandala cookbook. All stocked and ready to go. Excellent. I see you're raring to go as well. We'll set up camp in the Meth Mountains, just out of the enemy's sight. Leko's plan calls for the Cobras to join with Perro's Anacondas to surround the enemy nest. He'll be joining the field to give us orders in detail. Listen, I probably need to say this to a veteran like you. This will be our toughest battle yet. Once again, this happens immediately after a colossal loss. What in the world? Yeah, it does make me wonder, though. What did the Kate Sith do to make the Shadow Lord more defeatable? Like, it actually makes sense to me that with the loss of the Shadow Lord, the Beastman forces would be less of an issue. It does. He's a hell of a unifying force, and he's the thing that changes the battlefield, just like Radgelis was saying. So... Wait, why do you say that, Ross? Lessening the rage would probably work. I mean, we were able to reach out to Roagrim with relative ease, if you think about it. Relatively early into our adventuring career, too. Yeah, exactly, Night Overlord. Like, it does make sense to me that their primary goal would just be knock off the head. That's what I'd be doing. The rest can kind of sort itself out at that point. And like Kate Sith said, we still did most of the good stuff to make our reality happen. That's possible. Maybe what mentioned... You remember how I mentioned earlier, there's no possible way that Radgelis would be that big of a change. What if he literally was? What if they just buffed him? Just straight up buffed Radgelis for that battle. And he was able to turn the tide against the Shadow Lord. And that weakened him enough that the adventuring group, which I believe was the Hydra Squad, would go and be able to take him down. I noticed there's been no Zeed in the past. Oh, he's in Basta. Never mind. I noticed Zeed isn't fighting the Shadow Lord. There we go. Is that better? Well, it seems our merry band's all here. Shall we get the party started? You got it, Mr. Tactics Man. Tell us how we're going to roast some birdmen. All in good time. First, take a moment to observe. Does nothing seem amiss to you? It's too quiet. Way too quiet for my liking. I say we move in and catch them while they're napping. No, that would hardly be prudent. Our enemy is weakened, but they still could have a surprise or two at their disposal. Or have you forgotten the great beast itself has taken up residence in those halls? We must proceed with caution. When Fenrir wrested itself free from the two's spell, it swallowed our poor friend's consciousness whole. Like as not, the beast now runs rampant, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. Stands to reason, but why aren't we seeing some furious fireworks from the castle? I smell something foul. As do I, and thus the plan is thus. We keep our clouds sheathed and make ready to pounce the instant our foe make a move. Understood? Roger. Very well, ladies. The siege of Castle Ostroja commences! Are we going to go here for like the 18th time now? The answer is yes. This is when we farm those keys that we actually farmed her. Or I guess on camera. Holy crap. She's alive. Where's your daughter? Must help my daughter. These wounds, what foulness befell you? You parent of the Azure Bones. We were ambushed by the crows, captured, tossed into a cell in the heart of their nest. I escaped, but my daughter, you must save them. I tried to find her. How I tried, but there are too many of them. Without the Dorder key! Don't worry, we have 3 Dorder keys. Luckily, is that you? Please save her. You must. Meanwhile, I'm already going to the castle. You must use the bow. There is no other way. 3rd voice acting. Someone get the salve mixer. Thank you, Para, of the Azure Bow. You are too kind. My fellow Mithra, forgive this foolish woman her sins. Nev. Nev! It's okay, she's just asleep. Yeah, like birdseed. Leka. Siege is called off, effective immediately. New orders. Infiltrate the castle and rescue the hostages. I like how he doesn't even just hesitate. Just, nope, we're going to rescue people. 1 second you're going on about safety and caution. Now you're keen to send us rushing into the great beast's maw. And for what? The dying plea of a wanted criminal? That woman was responsible for writing the bloodiest chapter in our motherland's history. I, for one, won't be staking my life on the words of a sinner. She could be in the pocket of the Birdman, for all we know. And if she speaks true, you'd leave a child to rot in a Yagudo cell. Hey, even I'm not that cruel. Enough. Your concerns are not without merit. You must minimize potential losses. The infiltration will be handled by a small, dedicated task force. I'll be leading them. Should we not return by the designated hour, you are considered us lost and proceed with given orders. You lost your marbles? Not that I'm complaining. Roma, Para, and Lore Runner, with me. The hostages' lives depend on us. We must move swiftly and surely. Para, the artifact I entrusted you has not left my side. Good, keep it safe. It might well prove necessary should our fortunes take a turn for the worse. Yeah, it's almost like we're not under the boots of some asshole CEO type, Mr. Red. Okay, where's Castle Ostroja from here? It's gotta be east, right? I think. Odd. Alright, now we got a farm keys done. Okay, so there's 3 iron grills. And I need to trade keys with them until I find the 3 that actually have prisoners in them. Cool. Probably not Trihexia. At most, it'll be like in the background during a battlefield or something. Trade the keys. Got it. Trading the keys. It's actually supposed to be an iron giant, believe it or not, Hoover. Trading the... No, I know you don't listen to me, Mr. Ed, but what I just said is I have to check a grill, and it'll give me a message stating that someone is on the other side. I then trade the key to that grill. I actually happen to have 4 keys, just in case I make a mistake. Tread carefully. Their ranks may be thin, but the crows will be the most fierce in defending their nest. Drawing any attention to ourselves could prove fatal. Move silent and avoid confrontation at all costs. Castle is vast. To search it as a unit would require time we don't have. I say we split up. Yeah, where am I going, anyways? Outside areas of the 2nd floor of the castle. Tell me you're here to rescue us. One of the prisoners. You're right. There's a loose bar. I slipped out unseen during the changing of the guard. My companion, they have not been so fortunate. Please, you must help them. Okay, trapdoor. I know exactly where that is. Yep. Get the door to key. 2-story to force. Get the door to key. Oh, hey, we're gonna kill the religious zealot. That's nice. Oh my god, it's one of the spite wardens! Anyways, did I say hi, Who Girl? Hi, Who Girl. And yeah, this music is very appropriate, I think. Or whatever the opposite is of appropriate. You would never choose an appropriate outfit, Blade to call. Or should I say, Bahamut? No, I'd rather not, Blade to call. Oh, he's gonna close the door on me? Yeah! Okay. I'm through. Mr. Ed wanted to throw the door in my face. But you failed, Your Highness. I am a door opener, like my father before me. Okay, so... 2nd story. Surely this is the 2nd floor, right? Outside areas of the 2nd floor. That would actually legitimately surprise me, yes. You know what? I'm just gonna follow Blade Tool, because camera! Oh my god. Is it Hodor? Ben One-Eye? I mean, a lot of the MMOs of this era had PvP, but you know, like Star Wars Galaxies had PvP. Matrix Online had PvP. Then some games were built all entirely around it, like Lineage or Dark Age of Camelot. I like the idea that the irritating campaign music is playing this entire time. Like, something about that just appeals to me. With you in a minute. Hey, my evasion skill has finally reached the 200s. Out of basically 400. I'm not gonna finish maxing that the entire run. God, God, I can't even imagine how grindy that would be. To just try and actually raise evasion. See, I'm gonna go pop this out while we're standing here. That should be enough. The grindiest thing I've ever done in any FF. Honestly, leveling every class to 50 in FF14. That was misery. That was pure misery. Leveling used to be a lot worse in FF14. In addition to being longer, like literally just straight up longer. I hope not, Magister. It also didn't have as many options for leveling, so the way I did it, the way I got everyone to 50, was primarily off of squadrons. Oh, are we here? Are we here? I can't tell. Mouse time! You cannot use that command while invisible. So what that boiled down to was doing several specific dungeons over and over and over, getting usually about a quarter to a fifth of a level every run of a dungeon. So imagine doing the same about 5 or so dungeons 30-ish times, maybe closer to 40 or 50 times per class. It was miserable. It was straight up miserable. I'm still invisible. God damn it. Oh, there we go. Cancel. Cancel. There we go. I couldn't remember how to do it, so I was kind of guessing. Okay, nothing within the cell. Yeah, it was... I was still doing roulettes, because those existed back then. But, yeah, it was squadrons, by the way. I was doing squadrons. If you don't even know what that is, good. Unlike some people, I am glad that most people don't have to suffer like I did in order to level everything. Yeah, what we're talking about was the effort of months. The FF10 grind was absolutely nothing compared to that. Oh, okay, so now we trade. I can't see what's going on. Rings or keys, whatever they're called. There we go. Key. I agree, Elizar. Can you hear us, friend? We've come to rescue you. Thank you so much. I thought I'd never see the light of day again. Our regiment has made camp in the Meph Mountains. You'll be safe there. Can you make the trip alone? Yes, thank you. My companions are still in prison. Please, you must keep rescuing them. Yeah, nowadays it's not really as bad. I mean, as a reminder, I have to level every class up to max every single patch cycle in preparation for the next FF14 stream. That's just a slow mode thing I do over time. According to this, I need 2 more of these Blade Tool. And it's apparently random, so I'm just going to keep selecting these until I see 2 more. Go away. That is the worst MMO grind I've ever done. Even the initial leveling to 60 in vanilla was not that bad. Okay, that's all of them? I'm still only at 1. Okay. Could be, Elazar. Could be. But I'm glad you can't do it. Look. I don't have a nice way to say this. FF14, prior to Shadowbringers, had some really bad issues. There's a reason I didn't stick with the game until Shadowbringers came out. Well, now that's an interesting question, Village of Snow. So, technically, no is the answer to your question. But even if I count all the times I leveled other classes through Vanilla, across Wrath and BC, that was in Wrath and BC, when Vanilla was more tolerable because of the changes they made, or the existence of heirloom gear, or whatever. So, no, FF14 was still worse than WoW Vanilla. Even though I did WoW Vanilla like 13 times. As I say, I am not seeing even a single other person. This is a great quest. This is great. No. Anyways, I am once again now missing out on dinner because this game does not know how to actually respect my time. Of course. He aggroes me right as I'm casting stealth. Snot. I'm honestly debating. Sure, Mystic Maker, but I can't do so right now. No, I'm dead serious. I do a fairly thorough, in-depth look at the FF15 timelines during the FF15 lore run. I recommend that, because all of it was fresh in my mind and I have notes to double-check. I even summarized the book, aka the real plot of the game. Or at least what was supposed to be the real plot. Corn dogs. Listen, if you don't have mustard, do you even have life? The real plot of FF15, the book plot, was actually not bad. It's one of the reasons I bothered to share it on camera. I'll give you a spoiler right now. The real villain is Bahamut. Crammed corridors, coinciding with collusion, with cramped enemies. Yeah, the similarities between Bahamut and Build of Velzeblah are not insubstantial. Here we go. Nothing in that cell. Nothing in that cell. What a great game. This is... Oh, right. Can I just... Of course I can't. Why could I be able to do that? That's insanity. Was it this? No, how about this? There we go. I have not heard anything about that, Mystic Maker. I'm not saying it's not true. Just I haven't heard anything about it. I mean, that would make sense, but we'll just know. Up. Okay, so here's number 2. One more. And then we have to go to the top of the place, fight a boss. Some rando, don't worry about it, Master. Hi, Dr. Winter. Are you safe, friends? Could it be? Pariah Vashai? It's kissed to be of our fortune. I thought we were done for. Fear no longer. Make for the camp. There's food and medicine for you. Alright, come on. Give me good luck. Give me good luck. I'm ready for the good luck. I'm ready for it. I mean... Oh my god. Good luck. Does Stranger of Paradise count off the deeper end? Because, I mean... There. Although that's kind of a weird situation. There, can you stand? Ease your gentle hearts, fair damsels. I've come to rescue you. Oh, look, it's our knight in shining leather. How can we ever repay you? Milady, the knowledge that you will live to grace this realm with your consummate beauty is more reward enough for this humble squire. Swoon. Yeah, get out of here. Are we done already? Here's a pinch of prism powder and pot of Sileno. Try to get yourself killed, okay? Of course, thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of blaze this a little bit. So... They forced my companions to fight each other to the death. They threatened to kill the child if we refused. What is wrong with these people? So first priority, rescue the prisoners at all cost. Escort them out. Save the destination. Escort the civilians back out. The religious zealots. But... I mean, honestly, Dr. Winter, the elusive man is a better counterpoint to Anderson than Udina ever was. Pragmatic and evil. As opposed to the idealist who is strictly good aligned. And yet, if you think about it, both Anderson and the Elusive Man are on the same side. Okay. Up. Please tell me you know where to go, Blade Tafal. I believe in you, Blade Tafal. I believe. So, a character is both idealistic and evil? I feel like that would be a common thing, but for some reason I'm blanking on an example. You know what? Actually, I do have an example of one. Vayne from FF12. I know that doesn't mean I do. Oh yeah, Lysandroth from Pokemon. You know, actually, honestly, Delita would qualify from Tactics. Now that I'm thinking about it. What? N. I don't think N is evil. And you know who is not idealistic. Yunalesca? Ooh. No, see, interestingly enough, I think Yunalesca is probably one of the examples of someone who is the exact opposite of idealistic. She is drowned in despair. Like, she has absolutely no hope. That's why she peddles in falsehood. That's her whole shtick. Thank you, Mr. Red. Silco, that's a good one. He is such a good villain, in general. I also agree with Elidibus in FF14. And while we're at it, Emet-Selch. Emet-Selch is a beeline example. Freaking textbook example of someone who is idealistic and evil. Zeal's an interesting question, because if you pay attention, we don't really see the real Queen Zeal all that often. We just see the one that's absolutely drunk on Lavos' power. It's actually mentioned by several characters in character that that's not what she was like. And then her husband died, and so she sought the power of Lavos, and she kind of went cuckoo. Yeah, exactly, Ross. That's not our mother. That woman is not our mother. That would be funny, Dr. Winter. Yeah, Dalton, yeah. Ooh, yeah, 14's Golbez. That's a good example. Oh, I noticed, Mr. Red. I'm aware. In fact, the walkthrough actually says the path up the castle is the same as it is in present day. See this guide for these other quests. The only difference is you will not be required to do the passwords. The shadows in B5. Yeah. You know what? I agree with that. Sargeras is idealistic. Stupid, but idealistic. Will we make it? 10 seconds. 5. Hello, game. Okay. Rufus is a weird one, because he goes through a bit of an arc. So, far be it from pulling from the books, but I think Arcturus qualifies as a barbarian king. Like, he's a unique example of a barbarian king because he's well-versed, he's charismatic, he's well-spoken, polite, well-dressed, you know. But he's a barbarian king. He is most known for his brutality. And yeah, pragmatic to a fault. I'm not sure I would call him idealistic. Like, I think that's one of the only ones I would resist. I'm not sure what idealism he has there. Now, ambitious? Yeah. Stonks of ambition. Well, whatever. There's a cutscene. I'm just going to do the cutscene really quick here. Yeah, Dr. Winter. So here are these civilians who were forced to kill each other because religious zealots got a religious zealotry. This is why they were capturing people, to force them to fight each other to death. Again, I just have to ask, why? What's the point? Yeah, Valerian's an idealist. 100%. He's not evil, though. More sacrificial lambs, and they give themselves willingly. Come to me and I will grant you swift release from mortal suffering. And then Fenrir attacks. Yeah, Ross. If we're not there to steady her hand, she goes off the deep end quickly, from what I understand. Why do you snap at the hand of your rightful master? Wow. Okay, I'm gonna admit something. When we got word that her and her mother were attacked off camera, I actually thought the game had the gall to kill them off. Off camera, of course. I was not overly happy about that. I just kept quiet about it because I didn't want to go down that particular rabbit hole. Anyways, there she is. She's still alive. And she immediately starts crying for mommy, because of course she does. She's alone and scared in a very terrifying place. And at the sight of a young child crying for its mother, the only thing that the religious leader can possibly say is, and I quote, "Filthy, repugnant child, you mock the will of the Almighty. You will die like the rest." At which point I'm going to murder him in his stupid face forever. Thank you. Ah! I have stuff for you. It really was just a random-ass idea I had, because I hadn't started your laundry yet. That's actually, by the way, your laundry's in the wash. I'll swap it tonight, don't worry. And I was like, wait! Might be in her pockets or something. It was like right at the top. It was really fun. Hey, Fenrir defended the child. Yay! I knew I liked you, Fenrir.
I told him to check because I went out yesterday.
Gotcha. Here, I'll mute this. So I'm going to unmute myself for that. So I had these wonderful, like really good peach gummies, right, from a local place, and my beloved sister took them to her room one night, and at one point texted me or called me, I forget what, but she was just like, "Hey, come take these away from me."
Is not my fault.
I was so heartbroken.
Is not my fault.
In case you can't hear what the phone's saying, she says it's not her fault. But it was true. Like, she was just like, "Oh."
Is not.
She was just, yeah, they mysteriously evaporated. It was bizarre. By the time I got the lid back, the tin back, there were, I think, 4 gummies left.
6.
Oh, 6. Excuse me. Sorry. Didn't mean to. 6. So, I need to buy more of those, is what I'm trying to say when I make it to the grocery store next. Ugh.
In my defense, they were only about halfway full when I got them.
It's true. That is actually true. She would totally have eaten the whole thing if she could have. Yeah, Your Honor.
We are going to ignore the fact that I am the one who had already eaten most of the other half.
You know the funny part, Bregman? I do have a lot of willpower. I've got 2 things of M&Ms right here. I've got a thing of cookies. I've got the new gummies I just mentioned. I've got the sour gummies, the fish, the frog gummies, and the worm gummies, and the shark gummies. All of those are in arm's reach.
There was too much. Mouth not working.
And so, you're probably thinking, how do I resist? Basically, none of this is for me. Like, these...
So now we are mute and doing the type talk THJNG.
What? Did it not understand what thing was?
So now we are mute and doing the type talk thing.
There it goes. Oh, so she typed thingy, and it didn't know what thingy was, so it called it THINGY or something like that. It was very strange. But yeah, these are for them. These are for the littlest. Those are for whoever. Those are for mostly the middle one. These are for whoever. Almost nobody eats the watermelon ones, I've noticed, which is very strange. Oh yeah, everyone takes these ones. Cause yeah, these, like I said, these are the brand new ones. I got those for the littlest, and these were an experiment. I don't know if I've shown you these yet. So it's cherry chocolate cupcake. This one's lemon. Yeah, and of course just chocolate chip cookies. Yeah, I get carrots. I'm not sad about that. I love carrots. Or tomatoes if I can get them. Salted tomatoes are such a great snack. Anyways, so by the way, dinner is chicken, and it looks like that is squash, cucumber, garbanzo beans, corn, and black beans, I think. No, those aren't black beans. I don't know. There's some kind of beans. And then just a nice bed of rice. And I will show that off for you. Thank you, Elizar, very much for the sub. I will jot that down for your 3 usual. I will absolutely murder a cucumber if I have it. Just in the mouth immediately. I can't get up. There you go. Sex joke, right out of the way. Pokemon Stadium 1, Sonic Adventure 1, Disciples Gold 1. Recently I've been trying different stuff to add a little flavor to carrots. I tried hummus. I've discovered I don't like hummus. Go figure. I tried, I can't do dip. Almost all dips have ranch in it. I can't do ranch. I am partially allergic, like mildly allergic, I should say. But there's 2 things that have worked really, really well. Mustard and guacamole. I know, it didn't occur to me either, but guacamole works really well with carrots. Anyways, so have I tried blue cheese? No, I have not. I might try that down. Salt is also good. Salt is a universal good thing. I can add salt to cucumbers, tomatoes, carrots, celery. Salted celery is a thing. So I'm a sentimental bastard, but I have a feeling I'm about to give this a story positive. Because, in case you missed it, because I got a little bit interrupted by real life stuff. Oh, I should try peanut butter. It's a good idea. I love pickled carrots. Like I said, I was a little bit upset at the fact that they were going to just kill a kid off camera. Honestly, I thought it was cheap, quite frankly. Like, if you're going to commit to killing a child, first of all, you need to really think about that. I know that sounds strange, but there's rules to fiction, right? And if you kill off a child, it is more difficult to pull off than killing off basically anything else, right? There are certain requirements. It has to be extremely well executed if you're going to pull that off. Most games, shows, books, movies don't know how to do it. Yeah, it's actually the same thing with pets. It has to be very, very carefully approached and very well done. I prefer if stuff just doesn't, if I'm being honest with you. I just leave that alone. But if you're going to do it, you got to do it well. Randomly doing it off camera is not how you do it well. So I was pretty pissed about that, but I held off on a negative because I suspected that was a feint. Now, I was right. There's the kid right there. Cool. Having said that, the sequence of events here is actually kind of awesome in the most horrible way possible. So, Mr. Religious Zealot, in case you missed that, let's do a quick rejoinder, has been capturing Mithrans in the area for the explicit purpose of forcing them to murder each other on threat of torture or death in order to serve as sacrifices to himself. Because in case you missed that, Mr. Religious Zealot actually thinks he is, in fact, a god. He thinks he is the god in question. This has been mentioned before. So he is forcing these people to sacrifice themselves to him. In the midst of this horror, the kid crawls out and is obviously horrified. And this has been an adorable child every time she's been on camera, right? You know, triggering all the protective instincts, which again, as Bregwin so accurately pointed out, is something you don't have to even be sentient to have child protectiveness. Yeah, the manifest, exactly. So she's crying and sad, and his response to that is, well, I'm going to murder you then. To which Fenrir, who I remind you is in such a rage, doesn't even know friend from foe, immediately intercepts the shot. Because, once again, you don't need sentience to be protective of children. I love pickled carrots. So meanwhile, the manifest there's like, insolent fools! Hi! We're about to murder you! The kid just said, wee! Are we going for a ride? Enough! I will stand no more for this blasphemy. I pity you, my fallen brother beast, but my divine wrath will not be so merciful. Look upon the faith of your destruction, loathsome children of Altana. What strands of hope remain for your kind shall be rent as the flesh from your bones. Have you ever fought a god, Lore Runner? Let's go kill his ass. Yeah, we pull out the list. I might kill your god. Because you asked me to. I might kill your god if you asked me not to. I might kill your god because it's a Tuesday. Yeah, by the way, this is a fake god, too. Just on top of everything else. I think he is full-on delusional, personally. That's true. We have a lot of experience with fake gods, dude. Even this character has experience with fake gods. Even if we ignore, like, FF14. Wow. Are you coming, Blitzball? Okay, got it.
You're babysitting us.
Yep, you know what that means. First of all, don't say.
Oh, yeah.
Second of all, I will attack your
Wait,
hands
I didn't say your
forever. Exactly.
Since we opened the lemon,
Yes.
well, time to try one.
Here, I'm gonna go ahead and give you this. Oh, I get you. That makes sense. I'm gonna do the Chico one. Is that okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay, but first, you want to try the lemons? Lemons. Lee Lemon, sir.
Wait, is that actually his name?
Nope. It's a very non-human name. You want to try one of the lemon ones? Wait, no. Food does not come in here, okay?
And what?
Here. Bring it to me. I'll put it somewhere safe for right now. Now, would you like to try one of the lemon ones? Alright, now I'm in the middle of a big battle thing, okay? So I gotta concentrate. So here, I'm gonna give you this, and you can go watch together, okay? And I'm gonna go beat up someone who tries to attack children, if you can believe it. Yeah, I'm gonna kill his face off. He is kind of tanky, and he is kind of dead. I actually bought the buff that time. You can tell I'm pissed when I actually bought the buff. Little snot. Not the first, not the last. Oh, woeful children of Altana. Yeah, you're dead, dude. Live with it. Strength you may have, but not wisdom, even though you are blind to your true nature. Jealousy, spite, betrayal. Your souls are but festering pools of squalor. So you are and will ever be. What could you hope to attain? How I will rejoice from the heavens as I gaze down on your blind march to destruction. For lo, I am a god. Through this earthly shell may succumb, never shall I die, never shall I wither, never shall I perish. And he's dead. And then he perished. So yeah, hey everyone, we killed your god. See, you must be saved. Promise fulfilled. Nothing else matters. What is it? Where we go from here? Where we go from here? The slightest hint of indecision can prove fatal. Something troubles you. Speak it here and now. Very well. I have no intention of keeping my secrets from you forever. My weapon of choice is not the sword or bow, but rather my wit and tongue. This much you know. This war, tragic as it has been for the people of this land, has afforded me a chance to achieve certain goals. Goals in pursuit of which I have told many a lie and committed many a heinous deed, rarely with even a second thought. But even as I schemed in the dark, there have been rays of light. The people of Windhurst, Bravo, Akbel, and most of all, you. Thanks to friends such as you, the sun shines brighter than it did yesterday, and tomorrow will welcome an even more brilliant dawn. Ignore what's going on in the MSQ right now. You've meant more to me than you might possibly imagine, you and this nation of Windhurst. At the very least, you earned the honest truth, which is that we don't have time for this right now. Time has come for us to make good our promise. The battle will not be an easy one. Take this and use it well. It's time we brought this idle palaver to a close. Track down the poet god's key and make for the beast's den straight away. You can talk? Well, okay, whatever. Yeah, no kidding, Dr. Winter. Looks like we're going back to Meth Mountain. I think a hearth is in order there. I like to think it's the latter, too, but who are you? I'm a god! Are you really? Yeah! I'm a god! Oh, okay. Do you have any proof of that? I can fly! You're a bird. Yeah! Oh, right. That is the rule. Wait, what? What? No. I've got to be reading this wrong. I mean, he even said we need to go get another key. But, like, for real? Okay, so in case you missed that, the next step here is to go all the way back out of the dungeon, out here. Keep in mind, we were at the very end of the dungeon, the very top, right? So then we go all the way out of the dungeon to get another key, at which point we will be, that's right, going all the way to the end of the dungeon again. The exact spot we were just at. I'm Steve. I'm not a god. Not a god. Just here to fix your heater. No, hang on, Wolverine. God, you're so impatient, Wolverine. God. Wait, Wolverine's the god of impatience. I knew it. No, you put it towards Pac-Man World, Ratchet and Clank 3, and Pac-Man World 2. I see it right here. See, the thing is, this is why I ask people to put those messages in the messages, in the notification. Because then it's logged. I could check that 3 weeks from now and still see it. But I will do Pac-Man World 1, Pac-Man World 2, and RNC3 up your arsenal. Thank you for being part of the show, Wolverine. Yeah, this is the quest immediately after what we just did. You're paying attention, Mr. Ed. You're processing. You're understanding the true nightmare. Like, this is actually what they want. They literally want us to just leave in order to go back in to the exact spot we were just at. And I want to stress that word for a second, because I'm not speaking hyperbolically. We are going literally to the exact same place we just were. Now, you're probably thinking, but no, I can explain this. I can, for real. It makes perfect sense. It really does. You know why? Because we've already seen that this game has problems when it comes to doing scripts unless it reloads a zone. Right? It's one of the reasons there's so many scripts, there's so many quests that involve leave a zone and then come back, right? So that's what happened here, is they needed you to do the next quest, which meant you have to leave the zone and then come back. I was gonna push since the girls are just right there watching videos on my phone, and I've got dinner. It's already cold. It's whatever. And I've got nothing else on my plate, metaphorically speaking. And I gotta be honest, the most important thing in the world to me right now is getting through this game. That's not actually a joke. That there's no hyperbole, there's no meme there. I really want to get through this game. So at the very least, I'd like to walk back up to the top of this stupid goddamn dungeon. Like, I want this done. I want this thing's pets done. I want this thing's grandfather done. I didn't either. I'm actually kind of trying not to read ahead too much, for obvious reasons. Alright, Mr. Red. I'm afraid you must sacrifice yourself for me. For the greater good! Okay. See? Like that. So it's the left one. Good to know. You're fine, Wolverale. I'm gonna stay back still. Just in case. Just in case. There we go. How much longer? I have 2 full expansions after this. Now, I have good news. The longest expansion by far is the one we're going through. So, the next 2 expansions will not be this long. Like, by all accounts. I look forward to eating those words when we get there. We're effectively going through the cataclysm of FF11. Yeah, Wings is... Yeah, no, exactly, Ross, exactly. Wings is legitimately demoralizing. I don't mean that as a joke or a meme, again. Wings is... so long. Mithra, Dr. Winter. Okay, I believe I go right to go up. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, when we beat Wings... Left. Okay. Ugh. When we finally beat Wings, I'm going to be like... like, that's going to be breath of fresh air. We are not that far off. In fact, I'm pretty sure we'll beat Wings tomorrow. Especially if I push, which I'm going to. So let me tell you a little bit of a hint. Let me give you an insight onto how the stock market works. Some people have this misconception about the stock market that it is like when something happens in the stock market, it's because something just happened, or because stocks are going a certain way, or because whatever, right? In other words, that let me try to phrase this differently. If something happens in the stock market, they think it's the first sign of something happening. If something's happening in the stock market, that is the last sign of something happening. Bad is the answer, to give you a one-word answer. Yeah, the stock market is also... probably a scam. Hey, a Dorter key. Well, so the reason I say probably is because if you study history, the stock market was not always a scam. But again, as I mentioned earlier, using Blade Duvall's wonderful analogy of using Call of Duty as a comparison point. We are so far detached from reality at this point. That the stock market, as of this moment, is just... It's a board game that rich people play. I'm just going to say that. It is. You have to understand, when people invest, most of the investments people do is money that they're basically putting into someone else's pocket. For lack of a better way to put that. Yeah, late-stage capitalism is a problem. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole for the second time today, especially since I am in a hurry. What comes after late-stage capitalism? So, the answer is collapse. To put that as simply as I can. However, that's guesswork, because we've never had late-stage capitalism before. There's this interesting thing. So, we've had quite a few... different economic models over the centuries, over the millennia. Modern capitalism is kind of its own thing, in its own direction, with its own rules. And thanks to the combination of how the market is run and the technology involved, it is escalating at a rate that is unprecedented. The actual rate of escalation itself is unprecedented. Yeah, capitalism is actually a pretty new concept.
Evil.
Not so loud, not so loud. You can squeak, just not so loud. I mean, yeah, exactly, Man Overlord. I would not be surprised if in another decade or two we call what we have right now something other than capitalism. Because if you've ever studied, oh god, what's his freaking name? Something Smith. Adam Smith, I want to say. What we have right now doesn't really have a lot of similarity to that.
Oh, the food is so strong.
My youngest is currently gushing over cute kittens. All is as it should be. I cannot believe this. I actually cannot believe that it really just wants me to do the entire dungeon again. Anyways, right. So, what to share for learning not to spoil stories for games? I don't think there's any advice I could give you there, honestly, Czar. You are at the whims of your own interests. Let me try to explain what I mean by that. Let's just assume for a moment that you like listening to Final Fantasy music. Okay? So you go to YouTube and you look for Final Fantasy music. Now, let's also say that a new Final Fantasy game just came out. Guess what kind of videos are going to pop up into your feed? Videos that will have thumbnails and titles which will spoil. There's no defense there. Right? Like, there's no winning. I try very hard and work very hard to avoid spoilers, but most of that avoids what I can only refer to as a media blackout. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I knew one thing about Tears of the Kingdom. Suavemente! I didn't even know the you-know-what existed. I'm not even saying it here, because I don't want to spoil you for it. Okay. So. Frickin' here. I'm giving this 3 negatives. This is insulting. Having to do the exact same dungeon twice in a row is stupid. That's insane. I've never seen something that blatantly padding in this entire game. And I've been playing this game for 2 freaking weeks now. Where's the daughter? One way or another, she will be mine. Don't make this any harder than it needs to be. And you would knowingly aid a sinner and open the wounds of our past anew. No one's need to be open if the heart of the bowman is true. Spare me hollow words. Your mother spouted the same platitudes and she brought unspeakable bloodshed on her people. Your battle, the fate of this land, mean nothing to me. Do you hear me? You will die by my hand before you bend that bow. Think I'm blind to your secrets? The grudge you bear towards your own people is plain as day. Oh yes, I know who you truly are. The honey-tongued turncoat has sold his country out to a foreign realm. Not so loud, not so loud. What can I say? She speaks the truth. It was almost too easy. The warlord came to me, his trusted advisor, seeking means to bolster our army. It was then that he presented the idea of recruiting mercenaries from the motherland in great numbers. He quickly assented, of course. After all, my plan was strategically flawless, and the Mithra distinguished themselves in short order, far exceeding even our own lofty expectations. There were skeptics, of course, those who said we'd incur a debt to the motherland we'd not ever be able to repay. But to whom does the debtor repay his debt when the creditor is no more? The Mithra would fall one after the next until there were no more to fall. This is the great cause for which I'd waged a long and bloody war, the complete and utter ruin of the Ga-Noba matriarch. Fortunately, I was blessed with the most loyal and trusting coterie of subordinates. You'd be surprised how easy it is to get things done when no one questions your orders. Enough. Still your forked tongue, traitor. But why, Lekka? Why indeed? Look into these eyes. Do you see the mark of sin on my soul? You may have forgotten that day, Shiraki, but I remember. The sting of the rope that shredded raw my wrists and ankles, the biting chill of the waters that flooded my lungs, I remember all too well. I was meant to die that day, to be erased from the world forever with my unpardonable sin with me. Yet you live and the world works for it. But how? In my last moments of consciousness, as my body sunk limp and helpless to the lake floor, I made one last dying wish. That my soul in its rage would live on until the day would come I could exact my revenge on those who had wronged me and my kin. When I came to, I found myself washing up in foreign shores. Wandering in unfamiliar land, I encountered a man calling himself Robol Akbel. He sought victory for the Federation at all costs. My knowledge of military tactics and negotiation skills were what he needed, and I could promise him an army. Most fortuitous meeting of minds, wouldn't you say? You two-timing blackguards. Say your worst. I have no regrets about what I've done. Silence, traitor. You may have cheated death once, but this time you'll pay for your treason in blood! My poor Shiraki, you have no idea how utter and complete your humiliation will be. The Bow of Light is mine now, and with it control over the future. Your future. A new era will dawn, forged by the hand of a sinner, and you'll live out the rest of your days in it. Not if you die here, Kerr. Surrender the bow. You know where your loyalties lie. Surrender the bow, the traitor, and the daughter. I will see Mithrin justice served. Yeah, a reminder, she wants to kill the kid amongst all this, because religious zealotry. That which you seek is not in my power to grant. Even if it were, I would still refuse. I've looked deep into your eyes, but I see no sin there, only scars that have never healed. I also see darkness, but this darkness is not yours alone. It runs deeper. It is the darkness of our entire people. Do you not see me, Shiraki? We all bear the stain of sin. You, me, and every Mithra with spite and jealousy in our heart. Ridiculous. After all we've been through, you sell your ladies far too short, Lekka. We'll see you saved, and see you and the motherland as well. Just you watch. Save me. You'd risk your life for a traitor. Not a traitor. A friend. Many times have we stood on the precipice of death, and each time you have led us safely through. You have inspired us with hope in our darkest hours and told many lies, but the love you bear for your friends and comrades rings true. Besides, something tells me the future you and Rockbelt have in store will be worth sticking around. See. Good grief. You ladies are full of surprises, aren't you? It's too much for a simple man like me. Fools, all of you. You will answer for your sins. I will not hide from you, Shiraki. When all said and done, should you still deem my actions unpardonable, I will submit myself to your justice. Yeah, what's special about the kid? Nothing. You should leave this place while you can. The Thea military, or what's left of it, is hot on our trail. It will not be safe here. Para, take to the field and ready yourself. We'll head above and see to it the beast is properly leashed. Time to kill our second god. This will allow you to break the seal's bow. Be strong. And try not to miss. Needless fretting hardly becomes you. When has the arm of Para Vashai ever led you astray? Yeah, Wolreal. Religious zealotry. Woo! Yeah, we've actually already covered this in previous quests. The Mithra literally believe in sins of the father. I suppose, mother. So if you're related to someone who is marked for death, then guess what? I've come to fulfill my promise, old friend. Here we bring a close that which was set into motion so long ago. See, now my character has gotten a taste for god killing. Everything will come full circle and a new future will dawn. In the MSQ. Which we will do tomorrow. But for now, we will finish this once and for all. Let's see if he's easier or harder than the last god I just killed. And it really was just a minute ago. Whap! By the way, you want to guess what the next step is in the quest? It's actually not come back, thank God. But we are going back to the exact same spot again. Third time now. don't know. It's a pretty weird idea. Is it over? No, Comrade Premier. It has only just begun. I won't miss. Yep. See you around, Mr. Rogue. Thank you for the assist. Yeah, actually, that's a good question. Zira, maybe you should switch classes to something worth a damn. This is the power of the bow? Yeah. This is what a bard can really do. This is the feast you've been waiting for, so go eat your fill. It's just Bard Limit Break 3. No, what Zira's actually saying is, look what it takes! Look how hard they have to try to even accomplish a fraction of our power! Vast heavens above, let me not falter. Lend me the light of 1,000 stars. Nice shot. Puny mortals. Weak you may be in body, but the strength of your will is true. You've proven yourselves worthy of the future you seek. A future free of Odin. Which, yeah. And with this, my role on this stage comes to a close. Lore Runner, go forth in courage. I will see you again in Promathia. Farewell, old friend. Like a scary birdie's gone. It's you! Meowmy. Where's my Meowmy? Hey, kiddo. She has gone to a far place, but watches over you still. Come, we must go. You know, I just thought of another film that does child killing really badly. Dangerous Beasts and the Book of something something. The second one, specifically. It's not even a spoiler. Yeah, that's it. Fantastic Beasts, too. The main villain in that, he takes over a house, just some house in Paris as his own thing. And while he's there, they find out that there's a child there. And because it's a muggle, he walks in, stares at the child for a minute, and then murders it. And then walks away. It's a very badly done scene. And it's very cheap. It is quite literally just there to convey, I'm evil. That's it. Laura takes you. Go on ahead. Don't worry. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. I'll see you on the outside. And he's dead. Pretty much, Arspers. Like I said, it was done very badly. Well, time to bring her to the present. So it ends. Did I do all that I set out to do? Oh, I'd say you performed most admirably. Delivered a star return. What will become of me when you pass on? Will I return to nothingness that should have consumed me long ago? I cannot say, no way of knowing. But I have little choice in the matter. My litter mates have become one, and I must join them. Attend the family reunion. Yes, it's time we went our separate ways. I owe you much for rescuing me from the dark abyss that day. The grand adventures I've had, the friends I've made, you made it all possible. Oh, the pleasure was all mine. By fusing with you, I was able to avoid my own destruction and continue my efforts. Pursue my life's work. And what of your wish was your plea granted? Ah, my great revenge. The funny thing that, for so long it was all that kept me going. Then I met Robel and my charming Mithrin mercenaries, and above all, a most intriguing man named Lorerunner. Afraid I had too much fun along the way. By the time I'd noticed, I'd forgotten all about it. It seemed my time in Windrush left me a changed man. That's a pleasure to hear, a symphony to my ears. I'm afraid this room is say farewell. Ta-ta, adieu. Farewell, Kate Sith Deitch. Yeah. That makes sense, too. We know the Kates have been very quietly interfering in things in order to make, you know, a better future possible. That sounds like a little thing they could do to interfere in making a better life possible. I've always found stories interesting where the time manipulation is very, very, very small, but has a big impact. It's actually pretty rare. Usually what you see is something more overt, right? You know, the Nazis win World War II, right, that kind of thing. One of my favorite little story arcs was there was a time travel. This is a DC story. Girls. Okay. 1 second. While the girls were playing, the middle niece took a small hit to the head, and her loose tooth is more loose now. Are you kidding me? Anyways, so yeah, loose tooth, took a hit. Loose tooth is now looser. A little bit of blood. She was freaking out a bit. Uncle was comforting her. She is fine. It doesn't actually hurt. I don't know how many of you remember, loose teeth don't tend to hurt like that. Oh my god, it's Fenrir! Yeah, I heard, Elazar. Time to eat an apple. I mean, that's her choice at this point. So yeah, Back to the Future, sorry, is actually a good example of a small thing. Although, a little silly, if I'm honest. But it still counts. My favorite example, if I can finish my story very quickly, is there's a DC story where one of the time travelers goes back and he stages a battle in a specific spot so that an explosion goes off in one of the like space stations gets blown up or something. You might think that doesn't sound like a small thing, but it doesn't, like, there's no seeming effect from it. It doesn't matter. Who cares? They stopped the bad guy. The end. Turns out that extremely small, relatively, explosion managed to alter the course of Earth's orbit by a fraction of a percent, so that Superman landed somewhere other than Kansas. No, this is not the Red Sun story, before you ask. I know everyone says that when I bring up the story. This is something different. And as you might imagine, Superman landing somewhere other than Kansas changes everything. Small changes. Oh, I don't remember where he landed. Did I like the Jurassic Park sequels? No. I don't think I liked a single one of them, honestly. I've seen most of them. I didn't see the last two, and I never will. I think I'm good. So, kid saved. Woo! Sure took your time getting back here. Para. Exactly, blipped it all. I'm fine, just tired as all. Boss? Quiet now. Do not fight, do not resist. Just close your eyes and wait for events to take their course. I will not give in to the darkness, but open my ears to the voice of nature calling. Mew. Does it hurt, lady? Meowchi, meowchi, go away. Don't come back another day. Yeah. God, she's precious. I learned that one from Meow Me. Don't you feel better already? Fools, all of them. Very well. I will overlook your sin for now. We shall see what this future of yours brings. Where's Lecco? He didn't return with you? No, he's dead. He couldn't have... No. No, he's dead. He's been on borrowed time. Not with more than a few stragglers left, I reckon. I'll just sit pretty and wait for the castle to fall. I'll get ready for a return to the capital. Gotta get Paris some rest after all. But Lecco's still out there. He said it himself, Romo. If he didn't come back, leave him and proceed with operation. Yes, you're right, of course. Alright, girls. First thing. Our triumphant return to Windhurst. Don't worry, I am going to cut off after the Nation's Quest. I know I want to push, but I don't want to push that much. Jeez Louise. Although... That... Yeah, exactly, Blitzwell. This is kind of a finale and a great cutoff point. I mean, we actually have like 3 or 4 more cutscenes left, but still. It's 1, 2, 3... 3 more cutscenes. Sleep, Mr. Red Sleep. All joking aside, that's kind of the goal. I'm not sure if I'm going to make it, Blateville. For reasons I will not elucidate upon now. Longest I've ever streamed in one sitting? I once beat FF6 in one sitting, without any kind of cheats. That was a 12-hour stream. Now, it was FF6, so I wasn't, you know, like, I was with it the whole time, but by the end of it, I was wiped. I've never done a proper 24-hour stream, and honestly, I think I'm too old to even do that anymore. Oh, good to see you back alive. Yeah, even if we finish Wings on Saturday, we'll still have plenty of time to do Abyssia on, you know, on the weekend, which was the goal all along. Then we can start Adeline and see how bad that is. Trying to wake up the whole Federation. Good to see you back, Lowrunner. Man, isn't it great that we made all these peaceful, amazing people, and their lives are happy and joyful? Isn't it great that the MSQ doesn't exist at all? Seriously, they're barely acknowledging the fact that we've just handed this colossal loss up north. There's the boss. Boss! Just got back from a sweep of the west. You're not going to believe this, but I think I saw you-know-who. Master Lecco. He was by the tower, but lying on the ground, not moving. Lecco? More like Deadco. Hey! Yeah, I got it. I was actually thinking the same thing, Mr. Red. Because yeah, either this should take place before that, or this is what was supposed to happen if Lilith wasn't intervening. Or Odin, if you prefer. By the way, that's another very strong Final Fantasy trend continuing there. The real villain is someone we barely interact with because they're behind the scenes, and we have no direct connection to them. No, think about it. There's a lot of FFs where the real villains are someone you never even see in person. Or you hear about their deeds, or you only see them once. Or they die relatively early on. So if I have to pick one of the existing FF staples to be the evil god, it's worth noting Odin is a good pick, but let me think about that. Because there's two possibilities. You either go with something really, like that works really, really well, like Zodiark, or Ark, the airship, something like that. Or you go with something interesting. Jesus Christ, of course it's the one in the far corner. See, Doom Train's an interesting thought, but I don't think I'd go with Doom Train. Doom Train feels more like, well, Hades, right? In other words, it's the carrier of the dead, right? Neutral, not evil. So that's where I would take Doom Train. I probably wouldn't go with any of the elemental ones. Ramu, Ifrit, Shiva, Garuda. Those are all kind of spoken for and kind of fulfill their own particular roles. They're also all almost universally the lesser summons. You know, weaker, whatever word you want to use there. Yeah, we've had an evil Bahamut. I think I know what I would go with. It's a bit of a you have to squint at it choice, but I like it personally. Leviathan. First of all, especially in Japanese culture, water has long been associated with darkness. It's one of the reasons why there's such a strong water motif throughout the course of Kingdom Hearts. Second of all, Leviathan being the great all-encompassing ocean that constantly erodes the shore just speaks to the entropy that darkness is usually portrayed as. And third of all, Leviathan doesn't have any existing presence in FF11, so it can be used freely. Toad. I don't know what you're... I haven't seen a Leviathan. What are you talking about, Blightfall? Guys, I think Blightfall's on crack. God, the eye morphing tech is so weird and kind of creepy in FF11. It's impressive, but it's still kind of creepy. No, I do see your point, Blightfall. How many summons were left? And again, Odin is not a bad pick. Although it is interesting to have Odin be basically the villain of the entire franchise, or franchise is the wrong word, the entire game. All the expansions. But whatever. Oh, my lure runner. Fancy meeting you here. You're alive. Yeah. Not for one of... Ah! And then he dies. That would actually be really funny. I'll answer your question tomorrow, Mr. Ed, for reasons I'll get into. I went knocking on the gates of hell, but they sent me right back. Guess it's your lucky day. You've got some nerve. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? Ah, but forgive me, my friends. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Roma. There's a small favor I was looking to ask you. Worked up an appetite for battle, did you? Just sit tight, I'll fix up your favorite. This isn't about food, Roma. I want you to succeed me as commander of the mercenaries. What? I've had a good run at Winters, but it's time I moved on. At first I had a mind to slip out undetected, but I figured a more dramatic exit was enough. But why? My job here is done. This day marks the dawning of a new era for the Federation, an era of peace. Warlock warlords and military strategists are already out of style. Oh, you'll be fine without me. After the beating we inflicted, it'll take the Yagudo years to pick their feathers up from the floor. Besides, I'm still a wanted man. I've already caused more than enough trouble to those around me. Ridiculous. You're the one who let us through all this. We'd be lost without you. Stop it before you bring a man to tears. I appreciate the sentiment, but my mind is set. The Wanderer's life calls me. Where will you go? Wherever the wind leads me. Ulbuka, perhaps? I hear Rozoa's nice this time of year. Even the silent empire of Octagon might prove interesting. Don't worry, it won't be at the beginning of the shift, Mr. Rip. So you won't return here ever? Please. The world is vast and the future is filled with limitless possibilities. And the graphics buggy as possible. Why rush to pen the final chapter when we don't even know what the next dawn will bring? And you, Lore Runner, I won't forget the battles we fought side by side. In our short time together, you've taught me more than you could know. Promise you'll treasure our friendship, even after I'm gone. Who are you again? Oh, Bart's, right. Or Shadow Edge, I suppose I should say. Live, Rama. Live long. Someday, somewhere, our paths will cross again. Well, this farewell's dragged on quite long enough, I say. Send my regards to the ladies. Adieu, my friends. I know. After everything's settled, why don't you visit me in Kazam? I'll make your favorite myth kebabs and blackened Cyrodiil, and you don't have to worry about your past or your sins. I'll clear your name, even if it means personally delivering a pummeling to all who will speak ill of you. Promise this isn't goodbye. I'll be waiting for you. We will be waiting for you. So yeah, she's Prego. Now, here's a question. Do you think he's actually alive? Come on, game. Or if he was just granted a chance to say goodbye. Because I could see either. Oh my god. Sorry, I really hate these long walks in this game. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I think I got it. Ahem. Game Geek, thank you for the sub, as always. I'll jot that down in a minute. You're back! Did you track down Lecco? Oh, that's right. I heard you two got yourselves an audience with the Star Sybil. Couldn't give a couple of war heroes a chance to catch their breath. Seems we're the mercenaries of the hour. Let's get going. Geek. F6983. Going towards ESO. Tokyo Extreme Racer and Godzilla. And here is hoping. Push-ups. I've heard of your exploits from the others. In your service to Winters, you've gone far and above the call of duty. On behalf of the Federation and all its citizens, you have my most profound and sincere gratitude. I am fine. Even should that light never reach my eyes again, my heart will never give in to darkness. Yeah, I noticed she's basically blinded now. There are those whose losses cut far deeper than my own. For them, I must be strong. My brave Mithrin mercenaries, excuse me. I have not the words to convey how much your loyalty has meant to this nation. Long have I pondered on a reward that befitting of the great sacrifice you have made. And I have decided thus, from this day forth I bequeath a portion of our land to you. For as long as winter stands, the Mithrins will have a home here. Yeah, you're landed, ladies. Congrats. Your Holiness, you honor us behind our wildest imaginations. You can expect a good number of my girls to take you up in the offer. Seems to have taken quite a liking to your little nation. Needless to say, we'll repay in kind. Rest assured the Mithrin will remain staunch allies of the Federation for years to come. That pleases me greatly, but it's not I who deserves your gratitude, but rather Rockbell and Lecco. After all, it was they who offered this counsel to me. And to you, I will bestow this Zodiark ring. It's completely worthless. Throw it away immediately. It is a joyous day, for my Winters is truly blessed with the most steadfast of friends. May our era of peace and harmony abide for ages to come, or at least about 20 years. And you, Lord Runner, promise me whenever your travels will lead you, you'll always consider Winters your second home. I think I'm a Bastok right now, actually. This terrible war has left countless shattered hopes and dreams in its wake, but one by one we shall piece them together. For it is you, all of you, who shall lead us to the future. As long as you believe and hold us in your heart, the world will forever endure. Meanwhile, Lillicet is dead, or erased, excuse me. The northern armies have fallen. One of our most staunch allies just became a member of the enemy. Odin is about to start an eternal war, forever, between his pawn and his other pawn. And everything's bad forever. Peace! 63 pages. Federation of Windhurst, an ancient capital. They wanted to do vanilla again. They wanted to do vanilla again. This is... Call me wrong. In time forgotten, people forced to wander by starvation and cold were led to this land by a wondrous star. What's funny is Cataclysm's when the gameplay of WoW finally turned the corner. And Wings... the opposite of that. Lost Souls Adrift in Time. Many of... oh, God, I missed it. Whatever. Ugh. I mean, it is switchable. It's actually funny because it could be argued that the idea for Cataclysm goes back to this. Cataclysm was 2009, I want to say, something like that. So definitely after this. I think. Don't quote me on that. Maybe it's 2010. Either way, after this. Yeah, this, then Cataclysm, then ARR. Though your body may return to the earth, your memories shall live on, in the wind, the trees, and the hearts of those whose lives you shared. Aw, poor Mill. Your destiny is yours alone to forge, for this is neither the beginning nor the end, but merely one stop on a journey of limitless possibilities. The sapling shall grow into a tree, and carry its leaves carry to the wind, carrying hopes and dreams with them, and a new chapter of history written. Endwalker. Endwalker is actually longer than ARR. It's like 140 hours. It's crazy. Yeah. Endwalker, in contrast to ARR, does not feel long. There's a couple of sections that drag, but it is an extraordinarily dense expansion. There it is. I was just waiting for that sound right there. My God. If I may be bold before we cut off really quick, it's always interesting to think about which MMOs have which heights. Because there's lots of different ways to categorize a height, right? True, Ross. And yeah. For example, the second highest point in WoW's history when it comes to subfigures was in the middle of Wrath. But that's a pretty misleading statistic, and anybody who studied statistics will tell you that's not as indicative as you'd think. There's a reason it capped and then basically slid down and never stopped sliding until it normalized, right? I don't want to go too much down the rabbit hole, but the point is mid-Wrath was not peak WoW, it was peak subscriber count WoW, although they have since surpassed that in modern WoW. Let's ignore that for a second. So, like, what do you consider the peak? What was the peak of, like, FF14, for example? If I'm not mistaken, that was actually around Shadowbringers. Was Shadowbringers peak FF14? You get the idea. It's just interesting to think about. I have no idea what peak FF11 would be by any metric. Because, like, I don't know the subfigures. Quality-wise, well, I do actually plan... Oh my god, I do actually plan to check the story numbers and see how the stories line up with each other. But we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, EverQuest... I've actually heard several people say that EverQuest's peak was either Velius or... Plane of Knowledge, whatever that was. Which is pretty early on, all things considered. That's the thing, though. I mentioned I didn't want to go too down the rabbit hole of this. Every MMO experiences a bit of a momentum in subscribers. In other words, just general knowledge, momentum, word of mouth, etc. means the subs go up and up and up and up and up until they peak at a certain point. And then they normalize, because not everyone sticks with it, right? So once the momentum ends, they normalize down, and then after a trough, they tend to hit a point of, this is the actual player base of the MMO, right? This is true for every MMO, across all of history. Every MMO is like, normalize, right? Where it normalizes, that's a more interesting data fact for me, personally. That's something that's more useful information. Looking at peaks doesn't really help much. And yeah, there's always a spike, like a new expansion comes out, spike, and then it goes back down. Something really bad happens, there's a trough, and then it normalizes. You get the idea. It's just interesting to think about, because, again, FF11 was making buco bucks back in the day, so obviously they were doing well for themselves. Anyways, I am, as promised, going to chop off tomorrow! Whew. Let's see if we can drive for the end, shall we?